Anticipate, and we will be ready. We know that the attacks are coming. They started early in my own state, having sued us already several times. We prevailed on all of those lawsuits because my office is a smart lawyering office. And at the end of the day, I'm confident in our elections. We're going to continue to protect those, and we'll prevail against these frivolous lawsuits.
But you all are getting ready, and you'll be prepared for when that moment comes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, I guess we are. Trump ain't doing much campaigning at all, which kind of hints to me that he feels confident about the little trick he has in place. He probably has something up his sleeve that makes him feel that he doesn't have to campaign. And obviously, one of those things might very well be forcing this into the House. Are you concerned about that? Are you all prepared to deal with that if that happens?
I don't know if we're prepared to deal with it, but we were prepared to deal with the process that could lead to that. And I want people to know, I know exactly what was going on January 6, 2021. If anybody questions that, I will say to them, take out your device, Google presidential election 1876. You look at that presidential election, and you will see exactly what was happening on January 6, trying to force the election into the House of Representatives. It happened in 1876, and they succeeded in bringing an end to Reconstruction. That's how we ended Reconstruction with that election. And it happened by one vote. 185 to 184 in the Electoral College ended Reconstruction. And there were 3 states at the time with dual sets of electors. They tried 5 states back then in order to get those challenged, and the election was going into the House of Representatives. So that concerns me. But now I'm going to tell you what I'm not concerned about. I'm not concerned about any kind of insurrection, because they're going to find out exactly who and what Joe Biden is. Remember when Forbes sent the National Guard out to try to stop the Little Rock Nine? Eisenhower deputized the entire National Guard, and they became federal troops. But Joe Biden is ready to deal with this. So he got away with it when he was in charge. He ain't going to be in charge in this one. Right. And Joe Biden will teach them a lesson in what being the real commander-in-chief is all about.
A lesson that they won't forget. Mr. Administrator, I know you've got to run. So tell us more about what it means for you to be here and how historic this must feel for you.
Listen, I'll tell you this, and Congressman Clyburn and I talk about this all the time. To be an HBCU graduate, the first black man.
Where?
First HBCU.
Shout it out. Shout out to
North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. Aggie Pride.
And I still speak to him.
And the vice president to be the first vice president graduate from an HBCU.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time just talking about what representation means. I'm proud, man.
Yeah.
I'm proud of her. I'm proud of what Joe Biden has put together. He set us up for success. None of us ever forget he brought us all to the dance. Right. He saved this country. And we owe him a huge debt of gratitude. But he has set the vice president up for success. For me, I'm proud. Really proud.
Before you walk away, is there a place young people can go on the website to find out more about what you're doing and what they can learn about how you are combating some of the climate change issues and whatnot they're concerned about?
Listen, in order for me not to violate the Hatch Act, I'll encourage everybody to Google where I work and then add a .gov to it, and we'll be good to go.
I can say it, right? I can say it.
Yes, you can.
EPA.gov. Good to see you, my brother. I know you got to run. They're pulling you, but always a pleasure to see
Thank you.
We're very proud of
really
you as well. Very proud of you as well.
Thank you, brother.
All right, all right.
Good seeing you.
Yes, good to see you.
Thank you.
Nevada is... How's it going to go? How's it going to go in terms of the election? Is Nevada is in play?
Oh, absolutely, and I'm confident that Kamala Harris is going to win the votes coming out of Nevada.
Yeah,
there's a rejuvenation. There's a rejuvenation that we've seen happen since Kamala has become the top of the ticket. Thousands of volunteers have signed up in the state. New money is coming into the
man. We
state,
can't have no
and
empty
we're
chair.
entirely confident that Nevada is going to cast its electoral votes for Kamala Harris.
All right. No, that's very, very important. And I know she's been campaigning out there and is going to be going back out there. We're also joined now by Dr. Benjamin F. And there's Linda Brown. Hey, Linda. Hey, we live on the air right now. You know that, right? Linda, we want to just acknowledge Linda, who is a member of Sheila Jackson Lee's staff, and they organize a beautiful homegoing service for Sheila Jackson Lee. And I know we're all still in mourning, but thank you for all you did, and thank you for your service.
Linda Brown is an encyclopedia of freedom fighters. She didn't work for all the freedom fighters. Jesse Jackson worked for me, worked for everybody.
Al Sharpton.
Al Sharpton, and still on the case.
Still on the case.
All right.
One of the things we've done here in Chicago is
my man.
Honor Jesse Jackson's campaigns in '84 and '88, and you were part of those.
Absolutely. It was such a fitting tribute for him. I am so glad that it was done, not only at Rainbow Push, but also Monday night. He deserves every accolade there is.
Yep. The 40th anniversary of Jesse Jackson. Thank you, Linda. Good to see you as well. Dr. Chavis, talk to us about your thoughts at this hour.
I just want to go back to what Congressman Clyburn said, because a lot of people think that Donald Trump has the power to do what he did, 4 years ago. He doesn't. And I think that one of the reasons why we have all this right here is the leadership of President Biden.
Absolutely.
Putting nation before self, putting nation before a party, putting nation before the divisiveness in our society. And I just think that we're going to have a massive voter turnout this year. Mm-hmm. And yes, there are going to be tactics to try to suppress that vote. But I think the Justice Department is going to be much more active. We're not going to let a lot of stuff go down that they're planning to do, the tricks. You just can't. Black people and communities of color are smart. You may burn a cross in our yard one day, but you come back, we're going to be ready for you.
Yeah, no, that's very. You feeling good about the turnout, Congressman? First of all, let me ask you this. Our other friend, James Carville, is saying we're too euphoric. We're too euphoric. We're too excited. We need to come back down to earth and get ready for what we really might be facing. How do you feel about that?
Well, I agree with James.
Okay.
Look, energy, let's just take the atom bomb, the atomic bomb. The atoms float around in the atmosphere. They're out there forever.
Right.
But they did not become an effective weapon until it was harnessed. And that's the problem we've got to be careful about. We got a lot of energy in this building, a lot of energy around the country. It has to be harnessed, and it has to be effectively directed in order to explode on election day. So you don't do that on television. You do that by organizing a good ground game. And that's what it's going to take for us to win this election. So I don't care when I get all upset when I hear people say, well, he just had a $50 million buy. Or they're going to spend $150 million on TV. That ain't going to turn out the vote. You better spend $50 million on the ground, organizing people, harnessing this energy, directing it to the polls on election day. Because though I don't worry about what's going to happen after the election, I do worry about what will be happen during the election. Just look at what's going on in Georgia right now with that little committee they got down there, giving them the authority to validate votes before they are counted, validating the process. That's the kind of stuff that I worry about. So in order to overcome that, you got to have an overwhelming vote on election day. And then once that's done, I ain't worried about them trying to reverse anything up at the national level, because, that's done in a joint session of the House and Senate, presided over by who? The Vice President. the same woman whose presidency will be on the line.
Yeah.
And so that is what we are looking at different now. So let's get real.
Congressman Clyburn, if she wins the nomination, would she still preside over that as the vice president?
Absolutely.
Really?
She will not be sworn in until January the 20th. She's going to be vice president.
So she'd be certifying her own election
Absolutely.
results.
Al Gore had to certify his own defeat.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Two sides of the coin.
So one thing I like about
Are you a
Jim
good
Clyburn,
lawyer?
I know, man.
He's
I
a
still
good
got
historian.
questions.
You know, the law has to be informed by history.
Yeah, tell him.
Right.
This is a different
And the
game here.
Constitution.
This ain't no courtroom here.
That's right. That's right.
You know, actually, one of my favorite scenes from the Al Gore certification, if you all remember, Maxine Waters
Oh, yeah.
she went up there and tried to object, but you have to have one member of the House and 1 minute. She didn't have
That's exactly-
enough members to sign.
That's exactly
And Al
right.
Gore said, well, you out of order.
Yeah.
And the rules say you got to have, and she said, I don't care what the rules say.
Absolutely.
We're going to do this.
Absolutely.
But no, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about it. She will oversee
Oh, yeah.
her own search. That's going to be tough. Do you think that with all the enthusiasm, if we do everything you said in terms of mobilization and doing the ground game, that we can do something overwhelming?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. The election is going to be close. The results don't have to be. What makes for a close election
Right.
is a state-by-state process. So if I win one state by 20,000 votes, another state by 10,000 votes, that's a close election. But in the Electoral College,
Right.
it's 100%.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't have to be a close result. And I'm predicting there ain't going to be no close result. Close election.
And you know,
for the
Mark,
landslide result.
Hey, Scott Bowden's joined us, folks, by the way, as you know.
well, thank you for having me. You know, the other thing winning by a wide margin means is that the electors in these swing states, these red states,
Right.
are going to be less inclined.
Right.
Trump's power in 2020 was he was a sitting president. He's not the sitting president this time.
That's exactly
and
right.
And we federally prosecuted, and the states have prosecuted these false and fake electors.
Right.
Now we know in some red states, the election deniers have been put in position as for the government certifiers of these election results. In Georgia last month, we know they changed the law whereby the certification is discretionary as opposed to ministerial now.
That's exactly right.
Mark Elias and his team and others around the country, I worry about their ability. They've never lost in court with this certification issues, but if it's a wide margin, I think these electors are going to be better, or they won't be close.
Absolutely.
And they also won't be able to have the power to hold up anything, if you
Right.
will, because the American voters, the people, aren't going to let that happen
That's
this time.
exactly right.
So we got a lot of work to do, but I worry about that. The results and certification could take 30 to 60 days if we have to litigate in, let's say, 10 swing states or 10 red states.
That's right.
Indeed.
That's right.
We want to thank the Whip Emeritus
Thank you, Beto.
of the House of Representatives, the Honorable James Clyburn, who has a lot to do with us being here. Lord have mercy. We're thankful for him. He has done as much to save democracy, if not more, than Joe Biden. The Reverend Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr. is the president of the National Newspaper Publishers Association. 250 black newspapers still in publication. And you all know the resident legal scholar here at Roland Martin Unfiltered is none other than Dr. A. Scott Bolden. I want to thank all of you for joining us. Stay tuned. Roland had an opportunity to speak with Gretchen. No, we're not. Oh, it's not ready. Okay, we're gonna go to the tape of Gretchen. Roland had an opportunity to speak with Gretchen Whitmer on yesterday. We're going to get that ready in just a moment. We know some of the proceedings have already begun on the floor, and as I said earlier, we've got a significant lineup tonight, including Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz, former President Clinton will also be speaking tonight. We heard Hillary Clinton on Monday, which I thought was one of the best speeches.
Oh, the best speech I think she ever gave.
That she's ever given.
Yeah, she did a great speech. Look, the women are doing this thing.
That's right.
I mean, you know,
Michelle
her speech
Obama
was
last night.
great, and Michelle last night. I felt so sorry for Barack when he got up there after her. I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but so far the women are winning.
Women are
Hey,
carrying it.
well, you know what my former client Marion Barry used to say?
What's that?
The best job for a man is being done by a woman.
That's right, he did say that. Marion did say that. All right, speaking of women, Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, who at one time was in the mix herself to be a vice presidential running mate, spoke with Roland Martin yesterday, I believe. Let's go to the tape. Thank you.
Governor, how you doing?
I'm great. How you doing?
Oh, good. I know you don't necessarily want to bring Michigan into Illinois, that whole Big Ten thing going on, but talk about this convention in Chicago and literally the level of energy that preceded this, but also what you were seeing and feeling here.
Hey, it's real. And, we should bring Michigan into Illinois because we are all a part of the blue wall, right? It's great to see so many people feeling optimistic, determined. We got a candidate who everyone's unified behind, who is ready to take this on, and it's exciting to be a part of. I love that Tim Walz is on the ticket, too, a fellow Midwesterner. I mean, this is, I think, a really great moment in America, and it's still going to be hard. We still got to do a lot of work, but the enthusiasm's high.
So everybody was talking about, obviously, the rallies they had in Arizona and Nevada, but the rally at the airport in Michigan was crazy, and it actually drove Donald Trump crazy by him claiming it was AI, the massive crowd that was there.
Well, I can tell you, I was there, and it was not AI. It was off the hook. It was so fun, and I really think that as we come out of this week, people are going to see a party that is joyful, is determined, has great leaders. I mean, the wealth and depth of the bench right now on the Democratic side of the aisle is real, and it's inspiring. But we're also, very sober about how much work we have to do. We leave here on Friday, and it's 75 days to Election Day, and we can't make any assumptions. We got to do the work.
Obviously, your state is critical. Look at the last election. It was major. You've got a significant Muslim population there as well. How do you see your role working with this campaign to really establish those bridges and get folks to understand that you should be demanding issues from folks you vote for, but you also have to win if you actually want policy to be changed?
Right. I think, as the governor of a state that has benefited from this rich diversity, we're the most diverse swing state in the country. Michigan's a place that people came to for a job on the line, and so we've got this rich diversity, and it's a wonderful thing. Right now, though, obviously our Jewish community, our Arab and Muslim and Palestinian communities are all hurting. The loss of life, the hostages that still haven't been returned, the innocents who've been killed, everyone's hurting. And so I know everyone wants the violence to cease, the hostages to be returned, and I've stayed close to both communities. I think it's very important. I've noticed a real genuine interest in getting to know more about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, an enthusiasm that seems to be building, but also it's people have got, legitimate concerns. They want to know where their future leaders stand on the issues. And so it's spending more time in Michigan. I think it's going to be really important for the ticket.
One of the things that also I think is important with your election and the changes with your legislature, showing people this is what happens when you actually win. It's very similar to what happened with in Minnesota with Governor Walz. Because I'm always trying to explain to people that you can whine, yell, complain, I want this. That means nothing if you don't put the folks in place to actually get the things that you want.
That's right. So for the first time in 40 years, Democrats in Michigan control the governor's office, Secretary of State, Attorney General, the Supreme Court, the House, and the Senate. First time in 40 years. I know you in Illinois don't even know what that's like.
I'm born and raised in Texas, so no.
Okay, no idea then. But, we have led on the things we ran on. We have delivered on real climate action, common sense gun safety measures, the Crown Act, the LGBTQ civil rights, getting rid of a 1931 law on precluding abortion in any circumstance. I mean, we have been living our values in Michigan, and I'm really proud of that. But we got to show people that when Democrats win, your life gets better. We're actually doing things like free meals for all kids in our public schools, breakfast and lunch. 1.4 million Michigan kids are getting those meals now. That's a $850 savings in groceries for their parents. And most importantly, it means kids are getting the sustenance they need so they can learn when they're in school. So that's the kind of stuff that we're getting done. And when people see Democrats leading and getting stuff done, it makes a big difference for all of us.
Last question for you. America has never broken that glass ceiling. You've got a female president in Mexico. You've had female leaders in Israel, Pakistan, the Philippines, Germany, England, places you would never think of. But you also have majority of people who vote in the country are women. There are women out there. Let's say there's a woman out there. She's undecided. She's not sure. She may think a man can actually lead better. What do you say to that woman in 2024 about Harris being president of the United States?
Well, I think people should make their decision based on the credentials and the caliber and the character of the candidates. Kamala Harris is a true public servant. She works hard. She has delivered for people her whole career. She's ready to take this job on day one. Donald Trump, you wouldn't even trust with your personal finances, much less the nation's economy. You wouldn't let him watch your kids for 10 minutes, much less set policy for future generations. Kamala Harris is the type of person we can have confidence in, be proud of, and sees everyone. She grew up a middle-class life, and so she knows what the struggles are that everyday Americans are confronting. Donald Trump never has, and I think that's a fundamental difference, too. And women know you want to get something done, ask a busy woman. That's another thing I think in her favor.
Governor Whitmer, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Thank you.
We're back here live at the United Center for the 2024 Democratic National Convention. This is night 3. We'll hear from Tim Walz and Bill Clinton tonight. Joining our panel, of course, Dr. Chavis of the NNPA is still here. A. Scott Bolden, our resident legal scholar here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. I'm Reverend Mark Thompson, in for Roland temporarily. We have 3 very distinguished folks. Come in a little tighter so we can get you on in the frame. We have, and I'm going to show you how these folk intersect now. 2 of them intersect in the sense that they both represent the NCNW, the National Council of Negro Women. Siobhan Arline Bradley, the president of the NCNW, is here. Glad to see you here.
See you.
Look what she wearing, y'all. I asked where she was going. Was she on the way out?
Hanging out tonight.
She said she was coming
from
something. She didn't even try to deny it. She came from something here. See, and I didn't even notice it. I looked at the arms out in this situation. So there she is, bless her heart. We're going to hit, but the immediate past president, executive director, general counsel.
That's right. Current general counsel.
Watch what I do here. Janice Mathis, we love her. Jonathan Jackson, the son of Reverend Jackson. Hey, brother.
Wonderful. Great to see you, Brother Mark. Thank you, sir.
That's right.
For those you don't know, we're going to do a little history because we celebrated Reverend Jackson's 40th anniversary of 84 and 36th anniversary of 88. Janice was in that. Janice was a child whose father was his father's football coach in high school. That's how long she been knowing Reverend Jackson, right?
All of his life.
Yeah, that's a fact. You know, there's tremendous amount of legacy around here, and I can't thank Ms. Janice Mathis too much. Her father was an inspiration for my father, even though my father wasn't raised with his natural father. Men have always stepped in the gaps and have done these tremendous things. I see Maxine Waters' great-grandchild is here today. I just spoke with Mrs. Angela Rye. Her father sent a picture when I gave her a kiss on the cheek when she was a toddler when we were running in the Northwest. And so there are a lot of people, and let this be a family tradition, a family of service. People bring their children and families and come on and participate, and we're on the verge of having unprecedented gains. We've never been here before. A future Speaker of the House of African American. 5 committee chairs are going to be African American, and foreign affairs and financial services and homeland security and other great things, education and workforce, President of the United States. This is our time. We've never had it this good. The vices that are going against us are absolutely evil and corrupt. The race shouldn't even be close. Characters on the battle. It's the criminal versus the prosecutor. Let's go, Miss Harris. We've got your back. We're going to fight together. Love you, Mark. Thank y'all. Thank you for letting me crash.
Yeah, no, we love to have you crash. Well, no, wait a minute. What did Reverend Jackson nickname you? You were telling us the other night after they lost the game.
My nickname was Stevens Lee. That was the high school that they played and won the night that I was born.
Is that right?
Oh, my gosh. He called me Stevens Lee.
Yeah, Stevens Lee. Well, talk to us about what this means for a black woman to accept the nomination and to be about to be president. That's not that big of a deal for the National Council of Negro Women, is it? I'm kidding.
Well, you know, first of all,
what would Dr. Height say?
Listen, Dr. Height and Dr. Bethune.
Yeah.
I mean, Dr. Bethune founded NCNW, and I think people have to understand the history of the organization. Bethune gathered 22 national black women's organizations to talk about socio, political, and economic opportunities for black women. It's 2024. She did that in 1935 in the middle of the Depression. You think about Dr. Height standing as the only woman in the middle of the Big Six, the architect behind a massive number of pieces of legislation, to fast forward to 2024, a black woman who happens to be a member of NCNW. Kamala Harris is a member of our organization. She's a member of 2 of our national affiliates. I believe they both are rejoicing because their work was not done in vain. And we now have a combination of the activism of a Chisholm, a Jordan, Rosa Parks, Coretta, now on the stage representing what black women can be, and actually should have been a long time ago.
That's important. So what is the NCNW doing in terms? Because I'm a life member, but I don't always I get folk in trouble. How much can the NCNW do? Is there a C4 component?
We are a C3. We're a 501c3.
Okay.
However, we are politically astute. We have now an 8-state, all-state strategy. We're asking high schools, seniors across the country to work with NCNW to help them all get registered prior to our voter registration deadline. We're also going to be activating local school boards and engaging them with poll workers, something called Turnout Sunday. We're trying to bring preachers to the polls, right? We're trying to engage women clergy as well. Here's the last thing. We are going to be canvassing, y'all. We're going back to the old school.
That's right.
We're getting out in the streets, and we're asking our folks to get down in these states. Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. And we're going to be going door to door with the van system, finding those voters, knocking on doors and say, listen, we can't tell you who to vote for, but you got to get out here and vote.
Yeah, no, that's very, very important.
Yeah.
And absolutely necessary. You know, I'll tell you a story about Dr. Height, too. I think we were doing the Million Man March, or maybe it was something before that. And back then, y'all, we still didn't have a lot of cell phones. We still had some pagers.
Pagers, yeah, beepers.
And one night I get a page. I recognize the number. Well, I didn't recognize the number. So I called and said, yeah, always, because y'all, when the page came, you'd stop and return the call. And it's Dr. Height. And I said, Dr. Height, you know how to page? He said, what you mean do I know how to page? Dr. Height paged me. I went on the radio next morning. Y'all don't believe this. Dr. Height is paging people out here. Dr. Dorothy Height paged me.
Stop it.
On the phone. I was never so honored.
That's your best page ever.
I've got pages from presidents, but I got a page from Dorothy Height.
It was over.
I was truly honored to receive that. How does this feel for you?
When I joined NCNW 8 years ago, I could hear Bethune and Height talking to me. You need to do this.
Yeah.
Your people need you to do this. And so it feels wonderful. It feels magnificent. It feels like we've been organizing. We've been organizing all through the century and up until now. And to have the kind of leader that we have in Siobhan Arline Bradley, where she says, we didn't just start this month or last month.
That's right.
We started in January surveying our members to find out what they care about.
Yep.
And then hosting a policy summit so they could discuss what they care about. And then sending them out to meet with their state representatives in our Purple Rush all over the country, women going to meet with their state reps to talk about what they care about. And now we're here with the 8-state all-state strategy. I like the strategic brilliance, but of course I'm tied to the emotional past and history of it all.
Right. And haven't been involved in the Jackson campaigns and that trajectory. This has to be a moment of culmination.
I was a delegate in 84 and 88.
Go ahead.
I was put on the DNC in '88, Rules Committee in '88, attended every convention from '88 until a few years ago when I joined NCNW and swore off on partisanship for a minute. It feels good, but let's not fool ourselves. We got work to do.
Yeah.
That's right.
The opposition research is being done right now, and we can't fold. We have to meet the moment, follow our leader, meet the moment, and respond in a way that is hopeful and positive and life-affirming.
And Mark, I wanted to say this too. What's important for the listeners, this is an example of civil rights leadership at its best, where generations are in alignment, right? In most places, this doesn't work. Where you have egos and folks that cannot handle transition. Janice was executive director and passed the baton off to me. And we still in the same office, working together.
Yeah, that's it.
And that does not happen often because I think a lot of times egos in our community take over. So one is a testament to God. That's my sorrow too. Shout out to the Deltas in the house because, you know, we working.
That's the way we do it.
But beyond that, and that's in jest, it does speak to where we are as a country. We have got to get ourselves ready for this next generation because we're coming, and the young people behind me. And there's another sorrow that just walked up on us.
Oh, there's another sorrow. Got sorrows here. Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, how are you?
I'm fine. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you all for everything you're doing. And we're right here at the convention getting ready to make history.
We're making history.
How does this feel for you? How historic does this feel?
It's very personal for me. Being a black woman, someone who served with Vice President Harris. She's a forever member of the Congressional Black Caucus.
That's right.
When I was the chair of it. And tonight, here we are. Tim Walz and I served together. And they have an economic plan and a plan. And we have young people. We have black women, brown women.
Yeah.
We even have white dudes for Congress.
Come on now.
So this is our time. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. We love you. We love you. So yes, this is an important moment. There's another issue though.
Yeah.
I want to raise that is foremost in the minds of women and young women, and I guess this may have less of a. It'll get you less in trouble on the C3 side. What is the NCNW doing to address the loss of women's bodily autonomy?
So, because I'm ready to answer this question today.
Come on.
I'm going to have to tell you this. Our board backed me up on this, and I want to say this. It's the first time in our entire organization's history where we had a national stance named under NCNW where we believe in advancing women's bodily autonomy. That means you can be on any side of the aisle. You can agree with abortion or not. But we believe that your constitutional right is to be able to access the health care at your own discretion. Again, there's some women in our organization that are conservative. They don't agree with abortion, but they do believe in constitutional freedoms.
Right.
They do not believe in government overreach. Dr. Haidt was one of the first that wrote a manifesto that talked about abortion rights. But the organization did not support that. That was her words. NCNW now, as of 2023, we have our first statement.
Say that again.
Yes, sir.
About the difference between somebody having an individual opposition themselves to abortion versus you all saying that all women don't have the right to make their own choices.
Yeah.
In a country that has a history of denying particularly black women their bodily autonomy.
Denying black women access to anything. And I'll tell you what's really important. The hypocrisy for me is when an agenda says that we don't like government overreach except for this issue.
Right. And
that's hypocritical.
And that's something?
That's hypocritical.
It is hypocritical.
So there is a difference. System-wide, right? This is the law. We're talking about the law telling me what I can and cannot do, yet and still don't touch my guns, right?
Right.
So that you're picking and choosing in this space.
Don't touch my guns, but you can touch women's bodies.
Absolutely.
That's right. You kind of also shared some history with some of us the other night about how black women are responsible for this moment, even this very moment. Because there were folk that did not want this to happen. They did not want there to be Kamala Harris as the top of the ticket. You know, and some black women had to stand up and say, you not, and see women, and I'll be honest with you, Siobhan and Janice, I think this is something white women can relate to. White women work in spaces where they get passed over for promotions.
It's true.
And then white men leapfrog them into position. White women can, and now that white women work in spaces where the white man is saying they're not smart enough. That's what Trump is doing. Trump thinks he's insulting her. But you a lawyer.
Yeah.
White women file sexual discrimination every day. White women can relate. Because what is this man? I've heard that.
Absolutely.
I've heard that before.
Absolutely.
I don't think he realizes what he's doing when he says that and how that may even be triggering to some white women.
Maybe.
This hall, last night in this hall, up in the nosebleed section, I sat with a Jewish woman who said that she had quit her job to work full time to convince white Republican women to vote and think more broadly about their political choices because she felt that they were not being adequately represented. That sentiment is there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, you have Republicans, women, and men supporting her. You know, the polling told us that the voters did not want a Biden-Trump race. We didn't listen to them till recently, but part of this movement is about what the voters, black, white, yellow, and brown, said that they wanted to see.
Right.
So now what you have is the Democrats have given them an alternative, right? And you see Trump still running and talking like he's in 2016 and 2020. I don't want to stop in an ironic way, Mark, Trump. I don't want him to stop being himself.
Right.
You better preach over there. You better preach over there.
Woman,
Right.
her race.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of cracks in that glass ceiling.
Come on.
Black women and white women don't heard you're not smart enough, you're not good enough, you're not bad
It's
enough.
not the time.
You're not a good fit. You see? So every time he makes those attacks, he's attacking every woman in this country.
Absolutely.
Or when his running mate talk about cat ladies with no children. My goodness, what a personal decision it is for a woman whether she can have a child or not, or what she goes through.
Absolutely.
It's so offensive. So the more they talk, the more women, white women and black women, I think are going to vote for the alternative.
But you know what? I think I got to look at 2016 and 2017 though. 50% of white women still voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Even with the rhetoric, even with the recordings, even with the evidence that said that this person does not align with what it means to have decorum, even when it comes to women and their bodies. So I say, we've seen some of that movie before.
Yeah, but 2024, I think you're going to see some movement on that.
I think we have some evolution.
I do.
I agree with you.
Because when she cracks that ceiling, she's not just cracking it for black women.
It's for everybody.
And black people, for everyone,
Yeah.
especially white women and brown women and Indian women and Latinas. They just do.
So, you know, I've been involved in the civil rights movement a long time. So I want to say on the public record, we wouldn't have a civil rights movement had it been for black women. And today, we would not be here in this convention with this level of enthusiasm if it wasn't for black women. And I think that as a black man, I'm so proud of the National Council of Negro Women. I can see Dr. Bethune, Dorothy Height, and all the long legacy of sisters who sacrificed to get us to where we are. And I think that what you said about mobilizing at the ground level is so very important. We got to take this enthusiasm from the convention back to our homes, back to our communities, back to our churches, back to our synagogues, our mosques, to make sure that we have an overwhelming voter turnout.
That's right. That's right.
You know, we have the opportunity of history in our hands, but we got to exercise it. And we got to let no brothers and sisters fall asleep.
Come on.
Between now and November.
That's right. That's right.
We got to stay active.
How can people find and join? Like me, I'm a life member.
And look, brothers can join. Go to ncnw.org. Follow us on social media as well. We're on Facebook. They kicked me off of X. Cool. But we've got opportunities on LinkedIn, Instagram, and also we have brothers that are joining us as associates. Support us, and please give to our Get Out the Vote Fund. We are building on the ground. 17 to 24-year-olds, that's our priority. We need 4 million voters to change this election.
I'm joining. I'm not a member.
I'm a life member. Come on, man.
I'm going to be a life member.
And black men.
Send me the information.
Black men,
God bless you.
You do not, let me tell you something. Some men think supporting black women is against it. You a real man if you support these sisters.
Exactly.
All right?
Exactly.
Thank you, Janice Mathis, General Counsel. Siobhan Arline Bradley, who is the president of the National Council of Negro Women. Y'all probably didn't hear words she said. You distracted by the outfit. And
he's trying to compliment you on your dress.
Is that what
he's trying to.
You probably didn't hear. You looking at the top and the earrings. And you say you're not going nowhere after this? you know, back in the day we had nice clothes. We couldn't waste the good clothes. We had at least go to 2 or 3 of them, right? Can't waste this good clothes. You got to go somewhere else.
You got to look the part. You're going to be able to talk this talk now.
You got to go somewhere else tonight. Thank you.
Appreciate
love
y'all.
you. Love you.
Love y'all.
Keisha Lance Bottoms also spoke with Roland Martin. We're going to hear their conversation right now here on Roland Martin Unfiltered.
All right, y'all. Former mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, coming here dressed like an AKA.
That's because we look good in every color.
So what happened? You and the congresswoman, y'all got together and said make it a pink night on Tuesday?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to honor the moment, but you know, Deltas have been a part of making history for a very long time. So the least I could do is, you know, give a little love to the AKAs.
Let's talk about this campaign. 77 days. A lot of work to do. How do you see leaving here, this campaign unfurling, if you will, and going to the next level?
This is great momentum, and I'm so excited about the momentum. That's a period on that sentence. At the end of the day, if we don't get out and vote, then we would have just had a great time this week. So it's going to be important for every single person here, every community that's represented here, for us to go out and magnify the energy that we are feeling in this place, because the energy is real, but we have so many people getting information not through traditional news. I mean, your great show is a prime example of that. People getting their information in so many different ways. We got to do it the old-fashioned way. We got to knock on doors. We got to call people. We got to talk to them in the barbershop, the hair salon. We got to hit them on YouTube. We got to hit them on social media and remind people that this is not a done deal. It's far from a done deal, and there's still a lot of work to be done in a short period of time.
So 5 years ago, we were sitting next to each other at Texas Southern University. Vice President, then Senator Kamala Harris was on that stage. And we had our running commentary about everybody on that stage that particular night, which was pretty funny. It's been a long 5 years. A lot has changed.
I wish that I could say some of the things that we discussed that night, but I'm not gonna open my mouth. But that was a great night, and you're right. A lot has changed for us to be here in this incredible moment. And this election cycle could not have been scripted. It is beyond anything that any of us could have ever have imagined. But the big day is still the big day.
Yep.
So for all of the changes and ups and downs and uncertainty that we've had, we still have this opportunity to put this great exclamation point on this season in November. And I can tell you, I don't miss going through that debate season. So I'm okay not to have to sit through another debate this season with however many people were on stage in Texas that night.
Well, now the only debate that's going to matter, which is going to be hugely important, is September 10th.
Absolutely. It's going to be extremely important, and we have seen our vice president in action. I mean, she was made for this moment, and what I love about her as a candidate, she is continuing to rise and to become, to fill this moment with her presence in a way that only a superstar like her could do. And I use the word superstar. By that, I mean this very accomplished woman who's a district attorney,
who served as the state attorney general, who served as a senator, who served us as so well as vice president, and she's continuing to rise and shine. So I cannot wait to see her on that stage with Donald Trump, because you know he's afraid of her, right?
Well, of course. Well, first of all, he's afraid of anybody who's going to call him a liar.
Absolutely. That's what happens to bullies. When they get punched in the mouth, they run and hide.
All right. Looking forward to it. Always good to see you.
Well, I hope everybody knows you have the best set location in the entire arena.
Like I said, when you know folk, so like I told them last night, so of course the VIP entrance, y'all, is right here. So they got to come here and they got to go out. So I can just snatch them right here. Last night when the speeches were over, I was kind of like, hey, get over here. I was just grabbing folks.
Well, you know what? I wanted to join you last night, but I told your producer one of my eyelashes was hanging on by a thread. So I didn't want to be talked about. So hopefully I got my eyelashes still on right now.
You're good.
All right. Thank you for having me.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right.
All right.
We're back here live in the... Oh, guess that would help. I'm holding my phone. I'm holding the wrong thing. That was a mistake. Rolling gonna fire me. We're back here live at the United Center here in Chicago. And we have another very special guest joining us at this very moment. She is the CEO of the YWCA USA, Margaret Mitchell.
Wow.
Hi, Ms. Mitchell. How are you?
I am well.
President,
Thank
CEO
you.
Mitchell.
Yes, yes.
How's it going?
It's good. It's good. It's good to be here.
I'm sure it is. How is this making you feel?
You know, it is making me feel exhilarated for young women and young people, because this bridge is incredible to the future, and the future is bright.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm excited for young women.
Yeah.
For young women.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about young people, because young people are really going to drive this election.
I'm telling you.
And how many young people are going to get in the election and the political process because of this movement?
8 million teens are going to be eligible to vote on November 5th.
Wow.
Really? 8 million?
8 million. That is no small number. And so the energy and the excitement, because they are crossing that bridge.
Wow.
That's the first time you heard that?
That is. 8 million.
Nobody said that before you. Did you know 8 million teens were going to be Congresswoman Gwen Moore? Good evening.
Good evening. No, I didn't know that. But I do know that Kamala, with her mixed racial background, looks more like an American than any of us sitting here.
That's what America is now.
That's what America is. And so these people, they're excited because she's someone that looks like them. And her policies are very family oriented. She's really, really drilled down past those issues that older people are concerned about, and really talked about the need to do truly kitchen table stuff. She's governing like a woman. She wants child care. She wants that child tax credit extended. She wants home owner down payment assistance. She says the rent is too damn high. This is stuff that it's not abstract. It's not how great the Inflation Reduction Act is. It's real stuff.
That's right. That's right.
And
you must be proud.
I am very proud.
You feeling confident? We're going to do this, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. You know, I'm not ready to take that victory lap yet. We got to work. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, so
how's that looking? What do you?
Well, I tell you, last night I was in Milwaukee in the stadium with Kamala Harris. I flew from Chicago to Milwaukee and back with her. And she filled 2 stadiums.
That's right.
Chicago and Milwaukee. And it was thrilling to see that. I don't know what her opponent thinks of that, you know, when he's so concerned with crowd size. But she had a packed stadium in Milwaukee, and it was electric.
Yeah. 40 years ago, Lyndon Johnson was trying to end the Vietnam War, and Richard Nixon sabotaged the Paris Peace Accords. Now it's reported that Donald Trump is trying to sabotage the ceasefire conversation.
Well, absolutely. But we know what Donald Trump would do. He's already told us. Some of his opponents, like Nikki Haley, told us, we'll just finish him off. So all of those folks who are disgruntled, and they have every reason to be disgruntled. The Gaza war is terrible. It's horrible. You know, they're bad people on both sides. Let's be clear about that. But the only hope of any kind of resolution is going to be with Democrats.
That's right.
And the efforts that this current president has made every single day going into a war zone. And I think people understand that. And I don't have any objection to them protesting. They've protested in front of my house. And I have supported them in doing that. But I think that it's really time for people to come home and realize that the fate of the Middle East, you know, and our engagement depends on Democrats. You know, Donald Trump has already said that any Jew that votes for Kamala Harris, you know, is nuts. So that should signal to them that this is it's unfortunately a binary choice.
Yeah.
But we need to work with what we got.
So can we make a projection tonight? Yes. That Kamala Harris wins Wisconsin? Are we ready to do that?
Kamala Harris wins Wisconsin.
We just have a projection. Carol, breaking news. We got a projection. Kamala Harris wins Wisconsin. Put that in the bank. Love you. Thank you for stopping by to see us.
By how much?
It don't matter. We just want them electoral votes.
We're not proud.
8 million
teenagers.
Teens will be eligible, yes. The young vote
That's a big number.
This is, and you know, one thing about this bridge and bridging to young people that is so important, it's about the environment, childcare, housing, all of these issues, economic empowerment is so important to young people. We think it is something about, you know, folks my age, our age, but young people are just as drilled into this. But you know, there is this political cynicism that has been in the air. We just did a national poll of women.
To be on the air.
Well,
what's going on? Y'all go ahead.
Okay.
That's his way of telling me that he loves me.
Okay.
That's what my therapist told me.
But the political cynicism, you see it being washed away.
Very important.
And the engagement in voting, the excitement about being involved is really driving just such a level of excitement.
How many of those young people does the YWCA touch?
So we are involved in about 1 million individuals, 1 million young people across this country. We're in 46 states and the District of Columbia.
Mm-hmm. And so is the YWCA, and forgive me for not knowing this, what flexibility is YWCA C3? Can it be partisan? What is
we are a nonpartisan C3 organization, which puts us in the heart of Get Out the Vote. And, you know, we do a lot of work, particularly around those individuals that are hard to register, individuals that don't have houses, women who want to protect their address because they've been involved in domestic violence. That is really our special sauce. We understand how to register those individuals because that's who we work with. That's who we are alongside of every single day. Those that we house, childcare, domestic violence, intimate partner violence. That is the work that we do.
And I can only imagine then you also are touching young women that are acutely concerned about the threats and the loss of their bodily autonomy and reproductive rights too.
Yes, we have a Women's Policy Institute at Spelman College focused on social justice and reproductive justice. And we are focused on scaling that work all across the country on college campuses. We've been doing that work. We had a YWCA at Spelman since 1912.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Wow. That's something. That's something.
That's
Where are you from?
I am from Fresno, California.
Okay. All right.
Live in the D.C. area currently. Yeah.
What does this mean to you as a black woman?
You know, I graduated from Hampton. I remember the first convention I ever paid attention to when Barbara Jordan spoke.
Yes.
Wow.
Great speech.
Wow.
And I was mesmerized by Barbara Jordan.
Yeah. I was watching her with some young people.
Oh my gosh.
At that convention. And
oh my gosh.
Were just
she was incredible. Just incredible.
Incredible. well, we can look forward to the YWs. You all going to be doing a lot of voter registration.
A lot of voter
And
registration.
if anybody,
We'll be in Philadelphia September 7th with a Gen Z town hall.
Wow. That's great. Yeah.
September 7th, a Gen Z town hall. The run-up to the debate, panel of Gen Z leaders from across the country in Philadelphia at the Convention Center, September 7th.
But
very
Mark is
good.
right. That's the first time we've heard that 8 million figure. How many of those 8 million that are eligible to vote, right? How many of those are eligible to vote are registered to voting, if you know?
What? I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
Yeah.
But that is what this is pressing, and it's so exciting to see the energy, that political cynicism being washed away and that engagement coming back in for young voters.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thanks for having me.
No,
Thank you for your work.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is very important, and we're glad to hear that. And only you would have known that working with the young people. We've not heard anybody on that stage.
Yeah.
And so we got to get that. We got to get that word out so that people will know, and that people will get engaged. And this is for the future. After all, they're appealing to young people. They're speaking to young people. So young people, if we're making that, young people ought to be motivated to come and be a part of this. Yeah. Thank you, Margaret Mitchell.
You.
The YWCA is here. Thank you so much for joining us. What are we going? Oh, okay. I was looking for something. Roland also had an opportunity to interview Bobby Scott as well. Let's take a listen.
Congressman Bobby Scott, good to see you, Frat. How much does it irk you when you hear Donald Trump and Tim Scott talking about all the HBCU money Trump sent black folks' way?
Well, I know when I was chairman, most of the money people are bragging about came during my chairmanship. What Trump is bragging about, what Biden is bragging about, and we were able to direct a significant sum of money to HBCUs to make sure they could fulfill their mission. We were very proud of that record. It was over $6 billion, which is about $60 million per school on average. Florida A&M and some of the larger schools got a lot more, but some got $100 million, like Norfolk State and Hampton in my district. So we did extremely well for HBCU funding while I was chairman.
Well, and the reason I bring that up because, want to take credit, but it wasn't like he was driving that. And they love talking about this $250 million program. Oh, I guaranteed HBCU funding forever. And I'm going, first of all, as Dr. Walter Kimbrough has broken down, Trump's budget zeroed that program out.
Well, I think we can, if he's going to take credit for it, let's all agree that it ought to take place and stop zeroing it out. Stop the Project 2025 cuts in education. Project 2025 eliminates a lot of funding for college, paying off college loans, the forgiveness programs.
Oh, they're totally against it. They want to get rid of the Department of Education.
Which means people can't go to college. If you can't go to college, HBCUs won't be getting any tuition. And so there are a lot of things that they're doing that are adverse to the interest of students attending HBCUs. But we need to make sure that we continue the funding. And next year, I'm sure that we'll have robust funding for HBCUs. And one of the things we have to do is to make sure that they use the funding to increase their endowments, because there'll be ups and downs. And if you don't have a significant endowment, the downs could knock you out. As a matter of fact, a lot of the schools would have gone bankrupt if we hadn't stepped up during the COVID period with significant funding.
You're in Virginia, a crucial state for Democrats. Republicans won with Glenn Youngkin as the governor. What is Virginia looking like for Harris Walz?
Well, Joe Biden had eroded, his lead had eroded, and he was actually underwater when he dropped out. But since Kamala Harris has become the nominee, the numbers have looked much better, and all of the polls now are showing her with a clear lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we expect we expect that lead to increase. The momentum is going in that direction. And so we're very confident that Virginia will be in the Democratic column.
Are you seeing a really energized and mobilized black vote, black community there in Virginia?
We've seen the motivation all over the areas. In the red areas, Democratic committees that never seen a volunteer are saying volunteers are pouring into those areas. So it's all over the state, and in the black community, we're seeing significant activity. So the city committees, we have a monthly breakfast in Norfolk. The attendance at that in the last month or two is significantly higher than it's ever been, and so we're optimistic that we can channel this enthusiasm into actually getting out the vote.
All right, then. Well, Congressman, it's always good to see you. Keep up the great work. And 77 days, got to put the work in.
We got to put it in. It'll make a difference. Just that, tell people to read Project 2025, and that'll convince them that they got to get on board and make sure that thing doesn't happen.
All right. We appreciate it.
Good.
All right, Fred. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
All right.
All right, folks. We're going to now bring up Ashanti Goler. She's going to step on up, chat with her. Lots of activity, as you see. Folks are coming to the convention hall. And so we're going to now focus on this. How you doing? Step up right there. Just grab the microphone. Great. Ashanti is president of Emerge America. So folks who don't know, what is Emerge America?
Emerge is the nation's premier organization that is changing the face of politics in this country. Our organization actually came out of Vice President Harris's first race for DA. Our co-founders were friends with her, and they looked around and realized there wasn't a great organization to teach women how to run for office, and thus we emerged.
So you're focused women running for office?
On women running for office. We do that in-depth candidate training, and we demystify what it takes, but we also give them an ongoing network of support.
And so you got that piece. How are you mobilizing and organizing women voters?
We are really excited because we have so many dynamic candidates up and down the ballot, and we know that they're going to be exciting candidates. We've seen these past few cycles where our alums are getting elected because people see those people from the community who look like them, who share their values, who are going to work for them. So when you have great candidates on the ballot, that automatically mobilizes voters.
Are you also seeing post-Dobbs decision and with Vice President Kamala Harris on, are you seeing those same women significantly not only volunteering but giving more?
Absolutely. They are volunteering, they are donating, and they're also stepping up to run for office. We saw a huge uptick after the Dobbs decision with so many women who knew that they wanted to run for office. But I love the fact that there was a lot of young women after the Dobbs decision who knew that they were going to have to be in elected office and pass legislation in order for us to build back something better than Roe.
One of the things that, again, when you start examining the races, you start looking at key places. Are there specific states that you are targeting, that you're looking at?
Yes, we're really excited about Arizona. Governor Katie Hobbs, she is an Emerge alum. Her and our other alums, they were the ones who got that 1864 abortion ban overturned. We have alums who are running for the state house in Pennsylvania. We know that that's always a state that we have to pay attention to. And even at the federal level, I'm looking at Oregon. Oregon has 6 congressional districts. We have Emerge alums that are the Democratic nominee in 4 out of those 6.
Oh, look, sounds good. Last question. In terms of what are you seeing in terms of black women running? The reality is many black women do not get the level of support as white women. Yeah. What is happening there?
Yeah. At Emerge, we have a focus on the new American majority, and that includes black women. We have seen a huge uptick in black women running, but we even have a program called Seated Together that is focused on black women elected officials who want to run for higher office. So for us, it's not just those black women who are looking to run for the first time. It's those black women who are elected. We want to make sure that they move up the ladder.
All right, then. Well, Shanti, we certainly appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
Bye.
All right, folks, welcome back. Day 3 of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. I am back. Yep, I was in Miami. We're talking to the National Association Minority Auto Dealers, leading a fireside chat for General Motors, and so left Chicago 5:01 this morning. and I was supposed to come back on American Airlines. I love y'all. Y'all need to restore my damn highest status. Okay, so I don't know what's going on, but y'all need to go restore that. Flight was delayed, so I got on the Southwest. I was C50, and luckily, dude was on the aisle, and he couldn't speak English, and it was a middle seat, and I was like, I pointed, he didn't know, then he just scooted over. I was like, all right.
That is highly inappropriate.
Don't hate.
Highly. And by the way,
don't hate.
Airlines.
Don't hate. I got favor.
You should get concierge key. That's the highest level.
I know that.
They took it from
I had
you,
the
right?
last 3 years.
Oh, I
so,
still have it. So
American. But
I can call them for you.
But I mostly fly United because I'm a million miler. I'm a million miler and I'm 1K. So
I got all that too.
Yeah,
I got all that too.
Yeah. But you ain't me. Okay. So. That's how it works. So
y'all, we're gonna do this right here.
Yeah. We gonna do this.
The game don't change.
Since I had Lil Cap of Kwame Jackson on, so y'all Cappers rarely get any airtime. But we ain't trying to talk about you. Joining us right now, y'all, is my Congresswoman, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. She been running around here. I think she been busier than Jamie Harrison at the convention. Every time I see her, she like, ooh, child.
That's the feeling.
So this has been your first convention as a member of Congress?
It's my first convention ever.
Ever?
Yes. My first convention ever, and I came as a member of Congress, and I also delivered a speech. Yeah.
So you riding high?
I don't know about that. It's more overwhelming than anything.
Right.
You know, like, I'm really a Netflix and chill girl. So to have to come and deal with the big crowd all the time is a lot. But listen, I love the people. I love the work. I love the energy. And so I am looking forward to us being victorious in November, because I really believe that what people will find out from this convention is, number one, our bench is deep, but number two, that we can do this if we pull together. And number three, that there's still work to be done. You can't just rest on your laurels of excitement. You've got to decide that you're going to transfer that excitement and make sure that we actually get this done.
When you look at the ratings, ratings came out, and this is just television ratings. Day 2, 20.572 million. Night 2 of the Republican National Convention was 14.8 million. And so Dems beat them on night 1, beat them on night 2.
Tonight, and it's going down tonight.
Tonight is going to be lit.
Yes.
Of course, you got Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, but you got the Queen, longtime Queen of Chicago, Oprah. You got John Legend, Sheila E. doing a Prince tribute. You got Stevie Wonder, and then you got the closer, President Bill Clinton.
Yeah, we've got him. We've got Governor Wes Moore. Let's make sure we give him his flowers. For those that don't know who Wes Moore is, they're about to find out.
Yeah, he reminds me of that
Governor
always.
Wes Moore is like it. If anybody thought I did a halfway decent speech, just wait until he gets up and delivers his. He is a powerful speaker, as well as he is a powerful leader. So I think that's going to be great. You've got Hakeem Jeffries. We know that Hakeem Jeffries, when he takes the stage, he knows how to slay a good Republican.
And you know he going to reference Biggie. You know, if you going to do some alliteration, he going to drop some Biggie. He going to drop some rap lines.
He's a real lyricist, like for real. I mean, he actually went to high school with a bunch of those guys. I don't know if it was Vic, but he went to the same high school as a bunch of like New York rappers. Like he's for real lyricist. And if y'all Google, y'all can actually find him on YouTube, like randomly freestyling at some random party. Like he for real. So Hakeem, like he's legit. Like I am not.
He's a cipher.
He's a good Kappa man too. A good Kappa man.
Listen, so Hakeem will be great.
I'm gonna check to see if he's financial.
I'm sure you gotta be. But no, Hakeem will be great. So it will be a high energy night all around, from the speakers to the music. I am really, really looking forward to tonight. And the thing is, when the Queen herself steps in tomorrow, that it has to go to the next level.
Oh, yeah.
So the crazy part is that tonight is going to be so amazing, but tomorrow is going to be even crazier.
Yeah. But I thought last night was so lit by being here and then having a sold-out arena in Milwaukee.
Yeah. Like this, exactly.
We sold out in Chicago
And we filled it in Milwaukee.
Right, exactly. No, but I think that what the American people need to see is somebody who's not taking this race for granted and somebody who's saying, listen, I am going to stay in these streets. Like, great, we got the convention. I'm going to pop through when I can. But I still got to go and take my message to the people.
And the
I
reason Milwaukee is important because in 2022, there was a 50,000 voter drop-off in Milwaukee alone. Had those folks who voted in 2020 voted in 2022, Mandela Barnes is a United States senator, and he lost by 26,000 votes. And so that's what folk have to understand. So when we say every vote matters, there's a MAGA Senator Ron Johnson, who was one of the conspirators on January 6th. He got reelected because folks stayed at home.
Yeah, no, Mandela Barnes is an amazing person. He was an amazing candidate. This was someone who had won statewide before. So we knew that it could happen.
Right.
I mean, this was their lieutenant governor at one point in time.
But you have to work it. And see, and that's the thing that, he gets mad at me because I had activists on by saying, they didn't hear from the campaign. And what I keep saying is, you cannot assume folk will turn out.
No.
I mean, you have got to work it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a team that not only is better for us, not only has the credentials, but also who is not afraid to work. I mean, here's the reality. Forget what anybody says. Do you want the person that's always showing up in your face saying, hey, I'm here for you, what you need? Or do you want the person that ain't never showing up? I mean, which one will really deliver for you? The one that comes and talks to you, or the one that is actually like, well, let me get on my little own bootleg social media and let me send out a message.
And if he does come, he talking about his ragged ass gold sneakers and stuff like that.
Or his bootleg Bibles.
Right.
Or crowd sizes.
Did he get a licensing fee for the Bible?
Right. Yes, he loves to talk about size. Barack Obama reminded us last night.
Yeah, oh, no. I mean, that was a lot of pettiness last night.
Yes, there was. I was here for it.
As the king of petting, I stamp every piece of petting.
Absolutely. I was here for it. Listen, people want to see that we can deliver a punch. And listen, these are great punching bags. I mean, they give us a lot of material. From J.D. Vance to Trump, we've got a lot of things that we can hit them on.
But I want you
to hit them.
I want you to hold it right there, because that's one of the reasons that so many people have responded to you is because in these settings, the problem I've always said about Democrats want to play by a set of rules, want to be nice, want to be cordial, want to be, my colleague or whatever, all the phrases they use. So when you punch back, folks are like, damn, that's what I'm saying. Somebody who's not going to sit there and play nice and stuff goes viral. And so is that what you hear from people when you're traveling around the country? They're like, thank you for swinging on folks?
Yeah. They absolutely love that I'm hitting back. They absolutely feel like, it's almost a release, especially when I went off on Marjorie, because she deserved to be dragged a long time ago.
No.
Right?
She extra ignorant.
Absolutely. And it's like she continuously rises and raises money and does all this stuff, and it's all on bullying other people. And people really like the person that is supposed to be the victim coming back and punching a bully out. And so that's what they saw. But I think they also see in me someone that is not going to let them trample on who they are. When they try to come after us and act like we not anything because we're diverse, because we black, because we women, and I stand up for myself and say, no, let me tell you something. You are the one that got here by virtue of whoever your mama or daddy, or just the fact that you had money. I'm the one that had to work to get here. I had to work 10 times as hard to get here, because that is the story of being black in America. And so what you won't do is act like I'm lazy. What you won't do is act like I'm unqualified. Because if we're really going to look at the resumes, I can always tell you that my resume will look so much better and stand so much stronger than yours any day of the week.
What do you say to that person who's watching, who's listening, or there's someone who's watching and listening who will vote, but they got folk in their family, they got friends who are really looking at the couch? What do you say specifically to them?
Well, if you're looking to vote and you've decided that you're going to, then you need to tell your story. You need to talk to your family. your friends explain, this is the reason that I'm going to vote. I'm going to tell you this. When I go out and I talk to people on the trail, I'm still talking about Project 2025. Now, they don't want you to talk about it no more. They done run scared away from it because it's just that bad. But what I tell people all the time is this. I say, I'm not asking you to read 1,000 pages. What I'm asking you to do is use the Google, use whatever. But what you need to do is figure out what is the one issue that matters most to you, whether it's the economy, whether it's housing, whether it's voting rights, whether it's jobs, whether it's the climate. Find just whatever your one issue is. Google that issue plus Project 2025. And if Project 2025 got something in there that you think is nice, then you know what to do. If you think it's terrible, then that is your reason to vote.
Real quick, I'm going to take a question from Rebecca, then Scott. You got 45 seconds, question and answer, because she got to go. Because you know, she beats popularity around here. You know, she the belle of the ball.
Y'all, it is terrible being his representative. I just want to put that out there.
It's absolutely great. Because with me, I bring people with me. I bring workers with me. Mama and Daddy are watching, and they are workers.
I do love his parents. Him.
Well, they made me.
Right.
Does he ask you for a lot of stuff as part of your constituency?
But I will tell you. Now, y'all know Roland talk a lot of shit all the time. Now, y'all know this because you watch him, okay? Considering that, listen, when you're his representative and you're a me, he gonna talk his shit to me. So if he got an issue, he knows exactly how to reach me, and he gonna text me and tell me about his issues. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm a freshman, but it don't matter. He like, you a card-carrying member of Congress. I'm about to lay this out for you. And so I get lots of complaints. The rest of y'all need to find y'all members' telephone number and start hitting them up. Because listen, it ain't no difference. His vote count just like everybody else's vote. So y'all need to start finding them and wearing the shit out of them too.
And y'all, it ain't personal, because Eddie Bernice Johnson got the same treatment.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, so I work with about 4.6 million students across 10 battleground states. What is your message to them? Why should they vote?
Listen, first of all, I'm relying on y'all to save this country. I'm going to be honest. Because what I find from young people is that they are empathetic. You actually care about the environment. You care about gun safety because you are growing up in a generation where when you go to school, you've had to do active shooter drills. That's some stuff that none of us sitting up here ever had to do. We did tornado drills and we had fire drills. And that's really
we did nuclear bomb drills. I'm like, what the hell was that?
Okay, I did not do that.
Go in the hallway, put your head down. Oh, that was going to stop it.
But the point is, actually when I first swore into Congress and we went through an orientation, they took us to Harvard, and one of the guys that presented to us talked to us about the mindset of Gen Z. And I never really realized how much trauma your generation is struggling with, because everything you've lived through, I've lived through it too. The difference is it's been the totality of your existence. And so I want you to understand that as someone who served on a mental health board, had to give it up to run for office, that we also need to make those investments. And I am here to do that for you as well. And so, there's only one team that cares about whether or not you will have access over your body and be able to make decisions. There's only one team that cares about gun safety. Only one team that cares about climate. Only one team that cares about making sure that you can actually buy a home. Only one team that cares about making sure you can afford that college degree. And if you don't want to go to college, making sure that you have all the tools that you need to go to that trade school. So, I mean, it's very clear. There's only one team that's fighting for you. We are doing best amongst young folk, to be honest. And so that's why we need y'all to show up more than anybody.
Before I go to Scott, Max Siegel, y'all record breaking. First of all, CEO, U.S. Track and Field. Y'all killed it at the Olympics. It was awesome.
Well, thank you,
and Texas represented.
Texas did represent.
Texas 30 specifically.
Hey, Roland, let me know how we can improve.
Lewis, let you know how you can improve.
Man, it's so good to be here. Good to see you.
I just want to give you a shout out for what y'all did at the Olympics in Paris.
Yes,
so, brother, good to see you.
And I was there, and it was amazing to see it in person. I was there Friday and Saturday for the gold medal rounds.
Listen, that team was incredible. So we're excited about it. So Thank you guys for the support. Glad to be here.
Absolutely.
And so I need to be hooked up with some credentials for L.A.
We got you.
Okay, cool.
Ooh,
I ain't afraid to
he done
ask.
got him on tape, too.
I ain't afraid to ask. Scott, go. Appreciate it, Max. Appreciate it.
Congresswoman, I don't think the results are going to be determined on November 5th or whatever general election day is. I also think that the 70-plus electors that are election deniers in swing states and red states are going to act up, if you will. As someone who chairs the NBA PAC, like myself, lawyers are writing checks to our PAC, but they're also asking what else they can do. Do you agree that this isn't going to be over on November 5th? But more importantly, what should lawyers, particularly black lawyers, be ready for to stand guard between chaos and community?
Legal warfare.
Yeah, no. So my good friend Nick Pittman is trying to do a tour right now where he's trying to recruit lawyers to come into the fold to make sure that we're doing election protection efforts. And so we are having to invest more heavily in election protection, as well as start to go to court right now on different random bootleg laws that we see coming out of states like Georgia. Ahead of it. So hopefully, I absolutely believe we can get election results on November 5th. But I think that it's one of the reasons we're stressing that we have to overperform.
Yes.
We have to stretch ourselves.
Right.
We can't just be on the fringes. We got to beat the dog shit out of these motherfuckers. I'm just saying.
The show unfiltered.
I'm just saying. I mean, that's what it's got to be, because it's just that deep, because that's how they are trying to beat us with their policies.
Right.
You know, you only get maybe whatever viral moments and things like that. What y'all don't get is all the stuff that we kill. What y'all don't get is all the stuff that they are bringing. And for anybody that is concerned about the war, I just want to be clear. I would actually question your humanity if you weren't concerned about the war. Anybody that is human should actually feel something every time somebody dies, whether it is abroad or here on our streets at home. But let me be clear. These Republicans have the audacity to go on the House floor and say things such as, just nuke them, talking about Gaza. So as I know that this decision is rough, I don't know exactly how the former First Lady characterized it yesterday, but we are not looking for perfection. We are looking for someone who is seeking perfection, because we have no perfection walking on this earth. So stop looking for the perfect candidate, because I got news for you. There will never be a perfect candidate. And as many people love me, I promise you, I got plenty of them that hate me. There is no such thing as perfection. But we got to stand together and say, you know what? At least we check this box, this box, this box, and that one. And we got to show up and show them who's boss and who the power belongs to. And the power has always belonged to the people. It's just that we act like we want to recede and cede that power to them. And that's on us. So let's make it about us and show up.
So if you need the Cliff Note version, we got to beat the dog shit out these motherfuckers. Is that what I just heard?
Not from me.
We got it on tape. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
All right. And the folks in the congressional district, y'all vote. Cedar Hill, Lancaster, Duncanville, all the places there. Congresswoman Crocker, we appreciate it. We're going to do this here. We got another interview coming up, but I want to do this first. Yesterday, my man Common and Jonathan McReynolds performed here. It was earlier. We missed that, so I want to be able to share that with y'all. And so here's their performance yesterday at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
Hailing from the South Side of Chicago, please welcome Oscar and Grammy Award-winning artist, author, and longtime activist, Common, featuring Grammy Award-winning gospel singer, Jonathan McReynolds.
I thank God for this moment in time where Kamala Harris will change the world for the better with love, hope, and grace. We fortunate. I'm fortunate to be alive. Can't explain how I got here, but we've arrived. The deliverance and diligence for which we strive. It's the feeling, there's no silliness when we rise. Fortunate to have friends who don't synthesize. I keep good company, we enterprise. Had a strong gaze since infant eyes. I guess I can see the power in the prize. Incentivized by the streets I identified. Other people's struggles I don't minimize. Fortunate to be born and raised in the shy. Salt of the earth, people with the bravest eye. They say your God is the truth, I wasn't raised to lie. Fortunate to be so K-Sarah. Every day that I get up, I trace the sky. Draw with the most high on the place that I am. And that's fortunate. You can feel it in the air. Hey, yo, it's love out there. Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, Chi-Town at the DNC. Jonathan, what you say?
May your struggles keep you near the cross, and may your troubles show that you need God, and may your battles end the way they should, and may your bad days prove that God is good, and may your triumphs keep you humble at heart, and may your endings be worthy of every start. Hey, let's take this message to every hood, that your whole life will prove that God is good, and we are fortunate.
You can feel it in the air. Hey, hey, yo, it's love out there. Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, we live at the DNC. Fortunate, I was raised by my Uncle Steve and my Uncle Charles. They both told me believe the seeds of a revolutionary. Evolution's very necessary to become fruits and berries of our labor. Told to search for a savior. Fortunate, I had a chance to raise her. In the days of the unknown, I'm fortunate to come home to blocks we fought and swung on. Fortunate the Lord put me on the path to use the microphone for a ride and a staff. Fortunate, yo, we got to go to Paris. Be fortunate, y'all, from Kamala Harris. Yo, we fortunate. Yo, the love is in the air. Yo, can you feel it out there? Hey, yo, the feeling is free. Chi-Town, we live at the DNC.
We are fortunate.
Thank you, God.
Tell him come back and say hey. We live. Just see, come say hey. Hey, Rev. We got it. Y'all, baby. Reverend Sharpton. Reverend Sharpton. Rev. He ain't gone. Just go get him. I told y'all this is the blackest show at the convention. I told y'all, all the folks here, this is how we do it. So I had to put on a little Montel Jordan. So that's how we do it here. Hey, Scott, we back. Can you focus?
That's my home girl.
See, that's why I'm letting Cap on the show.
I'll get a number later.
Joining us right now, the leader of Higher Heights, Linda Carr. Hold up. Can't do that. Let's go to the stage.
Yeah.
Mississippi Congressman Benny Thompson. Y'all know we only show the black speakers. So let's go to the stage.
We
About choice. Choose democracy, not political violence. Choose the America we always...
Coming to the stage, I want to make sure we got that straight. Okay. Glenda Carr runs Higher Heights. She joins us right now. What's happening?
I don't know. We're about to make some history.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Y'all were created to help black women get elected. This election come November is the ultimate of your goal.
Well, this was when we started this in a Brooklyn cafe in 2011. This was our North Star. And very early on in our organizing, we believed that Kamala Harris was the shooting star.
And the thing here, obviously, so many things transpired to get to this point. But I keep making this point to everybody who's watching. It was black folk who held the line for 23 days after the June 27th debate. Because a lot of folk were trying to skip over Vice President Kamala Harris. It was a Congressional Black Caucus. It was that letter written by 1,400 plus black women. It was the black sisters and the brothers in the DNC who understood the rules. And that was a line. People need to understand they were trying to break that black solidarity. And only one black member of Congress, Mark Vesey of Texas, broke with the CBC. And if it was not for that black solidarity, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about Vice President Kamala Harris as a nominee.
You would have a bunch of angry black women at this convention.
Right. And brothers.
But you have to actually go back to the organizing efforts from 2017. So if you remember, black women wrote a letter to the then chair of the Democratic National Convention, Tom Perez. I sat in a cafe and helped to pin that. That turned into a series of conversations and meetings. We now have more black vendors in the DNC. I know Roland's going to be like, but we need more. But
always need more.
But the progress we've made, that in this moment where there was an opportunity to elevate Kamala Harris, you had the co-chair of the Rules Committee was a black woman, the chair of the convention was a black woman, the chair of the Brooklyn of the Black Caucus is a black woman, the chair of the Women's Caucus is a black woman. Black women, the political director at the DNC is a black woman. Black women were in formation along with our brothers, Jamie Harrison, to actually usher this in. In 2014, there was only 31 black women serving in the Congressional Black Caucus. We now have, sorry, I did that wrong. In 2014, there were 18 black women serving in Congress. We now have 31. Yeah. If you add in the entire Congressional Black Caucus, it's the largest black caucus in our history. Yeah. And so black men and black women are in formation as a time as this, including the black-led political organizations like Higher Heights, Collective PAC, Black PAC, Black Voters Matter. We have now grown the bench of black-led political organizations for a time as this.
Rebecca.
Thank you so much for being here. Can you talk more what it means to have the financial early investment in black candidates, not just black women, but black candidates across the board? What does that look like? How is it helpful? How does it get the national party's attention?
Yep. The work that we've done over the last 10 years has grown the number of black women running for office. Over the last 2 cycles, we've actually seen black candidates be competitive in fundraising. Kamala Harris has raised $300 million in less than 30 days. And that money has actually come from black communities. Now, the question is, beyond this election cycle, us taking our economic might and turning it into political economic stewardship. And when you do that, they can organize their campaigns, they can hire staff very early, they can hire consultants, they can hire media. And so we're in a next phase of our political power and our political leadership, and it is using our financial resources to back candidates that we inspire.
Scott?
I think I'm a former party chair for the D.C., and I'm shocked that the party coalesced as quickly as they did. Not only were black men and women in line in formation, but the DNC got in formation. They weren't in formation. They got in formation. Does that ultimately surprise you? And the fight continues because there were several people who thought they wanted to have many primaries.
Not several.
No?
Not several. A lot more than several.
Well, it was reported. One way
No,
or
it
the
wasn't
other.
reported. You even had
It was
President. You had President Barack Obama who talked about an open convention.
Yep.
You had Nancy Pelosi talk about an open convention, and they got threatened with a civil war. That's what happened. No, they got threatened. Straight up said, y'all.
Yep.
Every black person said, y'all do this, you're gonna trigger in every one of us what we've all experienced. When you experience and somebody white jump over you.
Yeah, they weren't going to take us for granted this time, and they weren't going to skip over her. So, what does that tell us about the Democratic Party, though, and the work ahead of us, notwithstanding where we are right now with the movement and the energy?
Well, the 3 tweets that changed this election cycle, right? Part of the magic of this moment, Joe Biden, I had been having quiet meetings about preparing for a Kamala Harris presidency before 2028. Little did we know that it was going to be this immediate. People didn't believe that America would coalesce around one of the most qualified black women, right? She has run and won on every level of government. And so I think Joe Biden's legacy was always going to be elevating her to be president.
Yeah.
And so when he made that quiet decision, which is part of it, right, is that tweet came out of nowhere for most people. So people couldn't organize because it was tweet 1,
Yeah.
I'm out. Tweet, then we were, black women were like, okay, you just said you out.
Yeah.
And then that second tweet that said, I'm putting her in.
That's right.
And then everyone's waiting, okay, well, we got a hold because she ain't said anything. They couldn't organize against her because it was so quick.
Right.
And then you have a call with 42,000 black women that night. Like the roll call moved so quick they couldn't do anything.
Let the hold tight 1 second. Folks, we're going to go to the stage. We got the audio straight? Good. Here's Mr. Stevie Wonder.
Ladies and gentlemen, American icon Stevie Wonder.
I love you. I just want to say, I love you. I love you. And every song that I've sang, every song that I've written, is because of my love for you right here. But this year I've prayed very hard for peace to come to our world's nations, but also to each one of our hearts. Even though our hearts have been beaten and broken, beyond prayer, I know the importance of action, and now is the time to understand where we are and what it will take to win. Win the broken hearts, win the disenchanted, win the angry spirits. Now is the time. This is the moment to remember when you tell your children where you were and what you did. As we stand between history's pain and tomorrow's promises, we must choose courage over complacency. It is time to get up and go vote. Listen, the choice is clear. Clearer than anyone else is saying. Did you hear me? Clearer than anyone else is saying. You feel me? We need to choose joy over anger, kindness over recrimination, and peace over war. Every time. We must choose to be above the ugly words, the hateful anger and the division those words and anger create. We must keep on keeping on until we truly are a united people of these United States. And then we will reach our higher ground. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready to reach a higher ground? Are you ready to reach a higher ground? Tell me. I want to hear you again. Are you ready? Are we ready? Because you know we need Kamala Harris. Yes, we do. And we need a great man, as we do have, as a future vice president. You know that. So you know what? I'm depending on you to do, as Spike Lee would say, the right thing. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are you ready? Mousy, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Kansas, are you ready?
All right, everybody. Clap your hands like this. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Now somebody scream. Here we go.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, you're going to have to get louder than that.
I want y'all to sing it with me. Come on. People.
You sing.
Keep on learning. Soldiers. Y'all say keep on one. Yeah. Whoa. Keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be too long. Are y'all with me? Keep on lying for your people. Keep on dying. Whoa. Keep on turning. 'Cause it won't be so long. Oh yeah. So tired when you let me try again. It's the last time I've ever let my whole world see. So when the light over and I'm gonna keep on smiling till I reach my higher ground. Till I reach my higher ground. Oh no, no one's gonna beat me now. All right, till I reach my highest ground.
Somebody scream. Wow. 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 I couldn't see the rest of y'all, but from back, Nebraska was getting down. Stevie's song is powerful, but so was his words. He said courage over complacency. He gave us a call in his remarks. But now I got to tell you, the party is going to keep going. We're just getting started, y'all. And this is a segment that I am very, very excited about because it might be Wednesday night and we might be in Chicago, but it's starting to feel like something I've wanted to say my whole life. Live from New York, it's Saturday night. Please welcome Kenan Thompson.
All right. What's up, DNC? All right. Y'all remember this big old book from before? When Colorado Governor Jerry Polis ripped a page out of it. This is Project 2025, the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term. It is boo. It is a real document that you can read for yourself at KamalaHarris.com/Project 2025. You ever seen a document that could kill a small animal and democracy at the same time? Here it is. You know how when you download an app and there are hundreds of pages there that you don't read, it's just the terms and conditions, and you just click agree, right? Well, these are the terms and conditions of a second Trump presidency. You vote for him, you vote for all of this. Let's take a look. All right, do we got Matt here with us tonight? Is Matt here? Hey, there he is. Matt, how are you, sir? All right, Matt. Now, Matt, I understand that you work as an AV tech in Nevada, and you make a decent hourly wage. Is that right? Oh, I don't know if we can hear Matt. Can we hear Matt? So who's going to fix it? Keep speaking, Matt, so we can hear you. Okay, that's good. I guess we're going to move on from Matt. And this is Becky. Becky, can we hear you?
Hi, Kenan. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right, good. Now, Becky, you're married, correct?
I am. Me and my wife have been together for about 8 years.
Oh, that's amazing. Very, very cute.
Thanks.
But I have got some bad news for you.
I hate that.
On page 584, Project 2025 calls for the elimination of protections for LGBTQ plus Americans. So, yeah, right back to the Stone Age. I'm afraid so.
Right back to the Stone Age. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Becky, for being here and making that wonderful point. All right, next up, we have Nirvana. Nirvana, are you with us? And your people are with us as well? All right, good. Now, Nirvana, I understand that you are on insulin to manage your diabetes, yes?
Yes, and thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris, I only pay $35 a month for my insulin.
That is great. That is great. But on page 465, Project 2025 calls for millions of people like yourself to pay more for prescription drugs like insulin.
Why?
Why? Well, I guess maybe to help Big Pharma make more money that they can donate to Republican politicians, I assume.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, unfortunately, it does make sense. All right, let's talk to Anita. Anita, are you there? Yes. Hello, Anita.
Hello.
And Anita, what do you do for a living?
I'm an OBGYN who delivers babies and does surgery.
An OBGYN. She is an OBGYN that delivers babies. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, yeah. It's bad news, isn't it?
It sure is. On page 459, Project 2025 resurrects a law from the 1800s called the Comstock Act to ban abortion nationwide and throw healthcare providers in jail.
Oh my God. That is awful.
Yes, it is awful. All right, let's do one more. Is Sharia with us? Sharia, are you there?
Hey, Keenan, I'm here.
Yes, Sharia, I love it. All right. Let's talk to you. I understand that you work for the federal government?
Yes, sir. I'm in the United States Department of Education. I'm a proud civil servant and a proud union president.
She works for the Department of Education and she's a proud civil servant. Well, unfortunately for you, on page 78, Project 2025 calls for President Trump to purge the civil service of everyone who isn't a MAGA loyalist. Are you a MAGA loyalist?
Now, Keenan, absolutely not.
I'm just asking. I mean, you might as well be, because also page 319 calls for the complete elimination of the Department of Education. There's a bunch of stuff in here, but that's all we have time for at the moment. Just remember, everything that we just talked about is very real. It is in this book. You can read it online at kamalaharris.com/Project 2025. And most importantly, you can stop it from ever happening by electing Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
All right, folks, that was Kenan Thompson of SNL, of course, using a little humor, talking about Project 2025, really important. Glenda Carr, Higher Heights, we were going to, before we broke off for Stevie Wonder, you were answering Scott's question in terms of this Democratic Party. I mean, here's the reality. We're in Chicago. 1968 was the first time they had integrated delegations. The reality is it's here. Dr. King always talked about America be true to what you put on paper. The reality is that it has been black people that has forced this nation to be true to what it put on paper. It is black people that have forced this party to understand that be true to what you put on paper. And so this is what I'm always trying to explain to folk when they're complaining about Democrats this, Democrats that. You got to use the leverage and the power and influence every way possible, every single day.
Shirley, in my office, my home office, I have a picture and a quote of Shirley Chisholm who said, "I have faith in America." And so I certainly many times go like, Shirley, I don't know, this faith in America, I don't know. But here's a woman, 52 years to this month, boldly came to her convention in Florida vying for a space for us. This is, Kamala Harris is part of the Chisholm effect, right? The architecture of this moment is based on the Fannie Lou Hamers who held the party accountable, the Shirley Chisholms who pushed the party to think big. And then when Kamala Harris steps off the stage tomorrow, we are going to be talking about the Kamala Harris effect. You will see more women, more black women, more candidates of color running in 2025. She's only going to be as strong as the candidates that we helped get elected for there to be a House of Representatives and a U.S. Senate and state legislatures across this country. So black people, we need to be engaged from the top of the ticket all the way down.
We also got to remember, 72, there were black men that would not support Shirley Chisholm. When they had the black political convention in Gary, that they didn't support her. But we also got to remember one of the folks who was there in Gary, Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., when he ran for president, the sisters that you see who are in power right now, the conduit was Reverend Jackson working on his campaign. And so that's important because you have black men who understood as well, use their leverage and power And so whether you're Mignon, whether you're Donna, whether you're Leah, and the list goes on, they Reverend position them. They pay the way for the next generation of sisters. And if you are a middle-aged or younger African-American brother or sister in the party, you damn well owe it to them to make sure you are creating spaces for the next folks.
Absolutely. They've created spaces for us. Lottie Shackelford, who is the chair of the Women's Caucus. Most people don't know she is the first black woman to serve as a mayor of a top 100 city, which was Little Rock, Arkansas. Right? She was a mother, a PTA president who wanted her voice to be heard.
Yeah, that was former Congressman Harold Ford walking in with his Fox News crew. Go ahead.
And so black women have been the architects of this modern day democracy.
Absolutely. Well, Glenda, we appreciate it. We got, 76 days left?
76 days, a lot of work. This is such a short runway. Most presidential candidates are running for more than a year and a half to 2 years. So we have 76 days to pull this together. So yes, the party will have operations. Her campaign will have an operation. It is actually about the organizing power of black women. You know that when you fire us up, we don't go to the polls alone. We bring our house, our block, our church, our sorority, and our union. And that is the work over the next 76 days, to make phone calls, to text, and to knock on doors.
And
get out the vote.
It's time to get to work. Linda, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Right now, I'm going to go back to the stage. Coming up to address this audience at the United Center, leader of the Democrats in the House. Of course, and I'm gonna check to see if he is if he's financial with the Capitals.
Very financial.
He's financial?
He's financial.
Yeah.
I checked during a commercial break.
No, you didn't. You're lying. All right, folks. Right now, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries.
Good evening, Democrats. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege as a Brooklynite, New Yorker, and as an American to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States of America. Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. Last month, President Biden selflessly passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader, a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our families. Kamala Harris is fighting for our future. Together, let's make Kamala Harris the 47th President of the United States of America. In our great country, when you work hard and play by the rules, you deserve to earn a living wage. You deserve to have an affordable place to call home. You deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high quality, affordable health care, and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you-know-who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that. We're not going back. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions, protect our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. The extreme MAGA Republicans want to divide us. But the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Together, let's build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. In the Old Testament, book of Psalms, the scripture tells us that weeping may endure during the long night, but joy will come in the morning. Here's how we do it. Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to them on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday. Thank the Lord on Thursday. Fight the power on Friday. Set it off on Saturday. Get a few hours of sleep. Wake up the next day and do it all over again until joy comes in the morning. Now, there's only 76 days left. There are only 76 days left. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to show up. We must continue to stand up, not as Democrats, or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th President of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you. God bless Kamala Harris. May God bless the United States of America.
You want to go outside today?
Yeah.
You want to go put your shoes on?
Yes.
Let's go outside.
Ruby is 2 years old. I'm starting to think, will she be an iron worker like her dad? I hate to break it to you, but I'm not a billionaire. Donald Trump talked a big game about bringing jobs back to America, but it was all talk, like Foxconn.
This is the 8th wonder of the world.
Foxconn, by most estimates, has not even come close to meeting expectations.
This whole project was a scam. He is not looking out for the residents. He's looking out for himself.
You know what Trump delivered? $2 trillion in tax cuts focused on his billionaire buddies and big corporations.
You're rich as hell.
It makes me angry. Billionaires don't pay their share of the load. And he wants to do that again. Trump talked a massive game about infrastructure. What a joke.
We call it Infrastructure Week. Infrastructure is the easiest of all. We're going to get this infrastructure going.
Trump was too incompetent to get it done. Who's he looking out for? Not us, not my family. You know who got it done? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Biggest infrastructure package in history. Infrastructure is just a fancy word for jobs. Not just union workers, but for everyone. Small businesses are booming. Communities are starting to thrive again. I wish it was faster, but prices are easing. Kamala Harris helped deliver the largest job growth in American history. Wages are higher. Manufacturing is booming. We're building roads, bridges, airports again. That's a fact. And we have health care.
When our middle class is strong, America is strong.
Kamala's goal is to rebuild the middle class for families like mine.
Please welcome the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton.
Thank you. Thank you. Whoa. Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. And But I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can. We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, how can I help you? Now she's at the pinnacle of power, and she's still asking, how can I help you? I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's. Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons, thank you. Wait. One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple-checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1. I'm glad that we've got a championship-winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit, and are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter? I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. She's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach in the National Guard, as a congressman where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So, that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty. She says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserved the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, You will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
From my home state, Massachusetts. I love you, Massachusetts. Everyone is always hating on us, but they just don't get it. Go Sox! Go Jason Tatum! Ben Affleck, hang in there! Dunkin' Donuts is the best coffee in the world. Okay. Our next speaker needs no introduction. She was the first woman to ever serve as Speaker of the House. Yes, you know what's coming. This woman was doing Brat before Brat was Brat. The mother of dragons. Please welcome Nancy Pelosi.
On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe. And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris.
All right, folks, welcome back to our Black Star Network live coverage for the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Y'all know I'm real transparent. We just covered President Bill Clinton's speech. He and Hillary Clinton, they immediately endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris on the day President Joe Biden announced that he was not going to seek re-election. If y'all want to watch Nancy Pelosi's speech, y'all can go watch our other stream. We have two streams going, a continuous stream of the convention, plus our coverage here. But I'm not showing Nancy Pelosi's speech because she was not supportive of Vice President Kamala Harris. She wanted an open convention, and so I don't give a damn because I own it. Joining us right now, Jolanda Jones. Look, I'm just being straight up, okay? She was not supportive, and she was one of the people who was trying to kneecap her, and that's just straight up. So she ain't getting no love here. Jolanda Jones, state representative in Texas. Jones is right now also attorney there in Houston. My man Ellie Mistel, justice correspondent with The Nation. Rebecca Carruthers, Fair Election Center. I'm glad to have all three of you here. And I'm going to go ahead and just stay on that point.
Oh, no.
No, I'm going to say that because here's the deal. Rebecca, I'm going to start with you. It's a fact. There were individuals like Nancy Pelosi who were talking about an open convention, was trying to skip over Vice President Kamala Harris. It was abundantly clear, and it was black people who said, no, y'all are not going to sit here and do that white game that black people have experienced all of our lives when we got skipped over by a less qualified white person.
So that part, when we are qualified, but we're still intentionally skipped over, we've had enough. Whether you're a black man, you're a black woman, we're not dealing with that in 2024. The other thing is, at the shadowed someone of the RMU family, Reese Colbert. If it wasn't for the work she did in 2018, 2019 to really raise the national narrative on Kamala Harris, then we wouldn't be here now. We wouldn't be talking about her. She would not be the nominee for the Democratic Party, because we also knew in 2018 people wanted to dismiss Kamala Harris. 2019 they wanted to dismiss her. They wanted her to be an also ran instead of a major component in the 2020 cycle. So there's a lot of work, a lot of grassroots work, and if it wasn't for black people collectively raising their voices, we wouldn't be here tonight.
Elliot, wasn't just dismissed. There were Democrats who on several occasions literally went to President Joe Biden and said, remove her from the ticket. One of the folks who was in the room told me, and Joe Biden said, hell no. Joe Biden, look, it's a very interesting relationship with him and President Obama. Joe Biden wasn't happy about getting pushed aside when Obama endorsed Hillary Clinton president in 2016. But here's the other thing that if people need to understand the dynamics here, that Joe Biden was the only person who was standing in the way for, one, her being on the ticket or off, and then also her being in this position. Because if he doesn't endorse, and then if he doesn't make phone calls on her behalf, then she doesn't lock up the nomination that quickly.
Well, there are two things in play here, right? And the first is, if we're just going to talk as adults here, the people who pushed Joe Biden out were not black people, were not progressive people. It was the rich donor class of this party that pushed that man over the ledge, right? That was their plan. So now you've got these rich donor people who are already engorged with power and thinking that they call the shots. And all the people that you're talking about, Nancy Pelosi included, who is, let's give her flowers. She is one of the toughest, smartest, and most effective politicians ever. She is probably the most effective Speaker of the House ever. And so what was the one thing in her potential plan to push Kamala Harris out? What was the one thing that Nancy Pelosi did not predict? That one thing, Biden endorsing that day. Pelosi and the rest of them, they thought they had more time. They thought they were going to have 24, 48 hours to organize their thing. And Joe Biden said, you ain't got no 15 minutes to organize your stuff. And so you always have to give, I think history will give Biden credit for that, because it was Biden that took away the time that other rich, white, wealthy donors thought they were going to have to play around, and just put it right on Kamala Harris. And at that point, the movement to get her off the ticket fizzled in its crib.
No, absolutely. And so it was very interesting.
We weren't going to let that happen.
No, of course not. But it was. But I want to do this here. So hold tight 1 second. So these are two of the Imhoff children, and then also Alexander Hutland. So the brother you see on the far left. I do want to play. I want to play some of this here because Alexander Hutland is the son of Reggie Hutland, and it was Reggie Hutland and his wife who introduced Doug and Kamala. And in fact, tomorrow is their 10th wedding anniversary. Let's go to the podium.
Senate win. We saw Trump winning. I was only 9, but I knew enough to be concerned. Auntie said, "Do you know what superheroes do? They fight back. And we will too."
She will make time for what matters. You know, no one is busier than my auntie, but she always makes time for family. From moments as simple as cooking and sharing a meal to exchanging stories and jokes. Auntie taught me about being present in what's important, and I know that's how she'll lead.
She'll treat everyone with respect. Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important, that I am important and loved. I know she'll value others' perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
And most importantly, you're a baller. And as you'd say, let's win this thing.
Let's win this thing.
We want to just share that with you. So Alexander Hutland, great job. And so his daddy should be happy that I should gave him some love. Jelana, we were talking about, again, what happened here. First of all, who is this speaker coming up right now? Who is this sister?
Latifah.
It's Buttigieg, isn't it?
Bill Clinton.
That is the poet. That's
No.
Amanda Gorman?
It's not Amanda
That's not
Gorman.
Amanda Gorman.
She's Latifah
That's a grown woman.
That's
I mean,
Amanda
Amanda Gorman
is
is a grown woman.
No. That's a grown woman. That's an older black woman.
Yes, that is.
I think we said Latifah Saunders. I don't know who that is.
All right. Let's carry it.
Tell you all about the Kamala Harris that I know. I'm going to tell you. When Kamala Harris was the district attorney in San Francisco, California, I was a teen mother running an organization working to end sex trafficking among beautiful young women and girls, to build the self-determination and power among those girls. And Kamala learned about the work that I was doing, and she asked me to join her team. And I joined her team. She saw my potential, my commitment, and the good work that we could do together. And I saw her. I saw Kamala Harris holding the hands of sexual assault survivors. I saw scores of mothers who lost their babies to gun violence, lining up day after day at the courthouse, waiting only to speak to Kamala because they knew that she would hear them, that she would truly see them, because there's something about Kamala Harris. For those who know her, you know. When she hears your story, she carries it with her. When she sees you, she truly sees you. She truly sees you. She is the best among us. After working with Kamala Harris day in and day out for 5 years to create programs that that supported young people to get out of the criminal justice system once and for all with good jobs, with opportunity. She wanted to get to the root cause of a broken criminal justice system. I saw her chip away. She came early and she left late every single day because, you know, like those mothers, like those sexual assault survivors, when she goes into that Oval Office, when she goes into that Oval Office, I guarantee you she will take all of us with her. All of us. The single mothers, the disabled veterans, the low-income folks who are dying to survive, the immigrants who are trying to work towards the promise of America. She will take us all. The farm workers, she will take us all with her. All of us. That is the Kamala Harris that I know so deeply. That is the Kamala Harris that I love. A woman of the people. A woman, a fierce woman for the people. Good night, Democrats.
Please welcome former U.S. Associate Attorney General of the United States and the Vice President's brother-in-law, Tony West.
"35 years ago, in my first week at law school, I met a new classmate, Maya Harris. We became best friends, but the way Kamala tells the story, we'd already fallen in love by graduation day. And when Maya and I married, I not only gained a life partner I love, a daughter I adore, and a mother-in-law I revered, someone I affectionately called Mother Harris, I also gained a sister I cherish, Kamala. Now, Maya, Kamala, and I each pursued different legal careers, but we were motivated by the same values: a belief in equal opportunity, a yearning for fairness, a passion for justice. Values Mother Harris taught those two little girls, values that powered Kamala's public service from the very beginning. You know, one of Kamala's very first cases in the district attorney's office, it involved a woman, an innocent woman, wrongfully arrested in a police raid. It was a Friday afternoon, and the courthouse was shutting down for the weekend. And look, most prosecutors, they would have gone home and dealt with the matter the following Monday. But not Kamala. You see, my sister-in-law knew that if the judge didn't see this woman that afternoon, she'd spend the entire weekend in jail. And Kamala, she wondered, does this woman work weekends? Would she lose her job? Does she have young kids at home? Who'd feed those kids? So Kamala pleaded for the judge to return to the bench and to hear the matter. And the judge agreed. And within minutes, that woman was released back to her family that night. Now, it may seem small, but that's what it means to stand up for justice. That's what it means to stand for the people. And as Kamala says, when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And look, believe me when I tell you, As a sister, a daughter, an auntie, and a mother, I've seen Kamala fight for her family. As District Attorney, Attorney General, U.S. Senator, and Vice President of the United States, I have watched her fight in the halls of power for those who have no voice there. And as President, I know she'll fight for you. She'll fight for all of us. Because, friends, when Kamala fights, we win. Thank you. God bless you.
A crime against any one of us is a crime against all of us.
The work that she did as Attorney General was taking on issues to help people who were trying to make a life for themselves and their families.
When Kamala Harris came into office in 2011, the most urgent economic crisis facing communities throughout California was the foreclosure crisis.
For too many Californians, hopes for lasting homeownership have been dashed. Victims have fallen prey to a series of mortgage scams, fraud, and unfair business practices.
In order to get meaningful relief, we had to sue the banks and see through a lengthy litigation process.
When Kamala was sitting at the table negotiating, it wasn't just about the money, it was about real people. I vividly remember her thinking about Mommy, who could finally afford to buy her first home, and how proud Mommy was. So Kamala knew what was at stake for families and even whole communities.
We are very proud to announce a tremendous victory for California.
She truly believes that every single person, every American is worthy of the promise and the prosperity of this country. And every time Kamala has run for a bigger office, it's because she believes that she can have a bigger impact.
We are making a commitment tonight with this celebration of this Senate race to bring our country together.
In the Senate, to get a position on the Intelligence Committee is very coveted because it is about protecting our nation's security. And Kamala hit the ground running. She would not let a witness off easily.
Did you have any communications with Russian officials for any reason during the campaign that have not been disclosed?
I don't recall it. I need to be correct as best I can.
I do want you to be honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
The questioning of Attorney General Sessions was historic, and she earned the respect of colleagues on both sides of the aisle.
Kamala, as a senator, was a truth teller. She was there to expose what some of these guys were and what they intended to do.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
They didn't know what hit them. And in those moments, so many people saw her for the first time and saw how tough she was.
Would you accept them recommending a charging decision to you if they had not reviewed the evidence?
Well, that's a question for Bob Mueller. He's the U.S. attorney.
I think you've made it clear, sir, that you've not looked at the evidence, and we can move on.
When she's on a mission, she is determined and relentless.
When our fundamental values are being attacked, do we retreat or do we fight? I say we fight.
If you want to go forward in this country, not go backward, then there is only one choice.
All right, folks. All right, folks, welcome back here. So, a lot of influencers here. All around, some 200 influencers the Democrats have brought in here. I see this brother's video. He came over, he wanted a photo. And I saw it earlier. He was jamming up Mike Lindell. Actually, he's been kicking butt all over the place. Noah, what's your last name?
Noah, on social media, Noah's taken.
Where you from?
I'm from Georgia.
Where in Georgia?
Atlanta.
Atlanta. So how long you been doing media stuff?
I've been doing media since 2022. Stacey Abrams running.
Okay. And where does your stuff run?
My stuff's run all over Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok.
Got it. And what kind of work you been doing here?
I've been doing some interviews. I interviewed Dean Phillips. I interviewed racist Charlie Kirk. I interviewed Mike Lindell earlier.
My man!
I interviewed Mike Lindell earlier. It's been great.
Gotcha. So the Mike Lindell video, he was trying to get in your face, and you were giving it back to him.
He was trying to get all up in my face. I had to push him back a little.
I see you, little man.
So what inspired you to do this media work?
It's mainly because of the importance of the election, and I appreciate you for all you do, fact-checking folks and stuff. And it's the importance of electing Kamala Harris. In this election, you get a 2-in-1 deal. You get to defeat Donald Trump, and you get a good policymaker.
Absolutely.
All right.
See? Oh, no.
All right.
I've been checking out his videos, and you've been killing the game.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
How old are you?
I'm 12.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So where do you find the time in between school and your media work?
So I'm homeschooled, so I get a little bit more time. So usually when I'm on the Zoom, I'll get the work done fine, and then I'll do my tweets and do what I do.
Gotcha. What else? So what's the next step? What do you want to do? What do you want to do next in the media?
Yeah, depending on the outcome of the election, how everything goes, I plan to be around for a little while.
Right. In terms of what? Do you want to do a show? Do you want to?
So I'm trying to. Funny enough, I'm trying to start a podcast. I just can't find a name. I have the equipment and everything ready. I just can't find the name.
Okay. Where's the podcast gonna run?
Where's the podcast? YouTube. I'm gonna have a Patreon set up. I'm gonna do lives on Twitter like you do, and Instagram, of course.
Gotcha. So So what? Is your man over there shooting? Is he with you?
That's my friend there. Yeah.
That's your friend?
Yep.
Gotcha. You come over here and shoot. So he's shooting stuff for you?
Yeah. Yep. He's been. I had Dutch News follow me around the whole stadium. The police had to push him back a little bit, but they were following me around. I was happy to interview them, though.
Your parents cool with all this media stuff?
They're cool with all the media stuff. They love you, too.
Are they here?
They're here.
Where are they?
They want to go get some chicken.
Yeah. Now, trust me, I'm going to be sending my guy Deshaun to go get me some as well. That's been my meal for the last 3 days.
Right. They got some good chicken over here.
Absolutely. So you want to do the podcast, and so how about this here? What if I gave you a show on the Black Star Network?
I would be honored. I would love that.
I'm serious.
Seriously, I would be honored. I would accept.
No, I own the network.
I understand.
Ro doesn't play.
And I would be honored. I would love that.
All right, so what we'll do is we're going to talk about it.
Yeah. I'll take you up on that.
No, absolutely.
All right. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, absolutely. the name ain't a problem. We ain't worried about that.
Right. Because you came up with your name, and it's pretty brilliant.
Yep. Came up, made it easier, and then also the Black Star Network name came from that was a cruise ship of Marcus Garvey, and of course the Black Star Gate that's in Accra, Ghana.
Right. Wow, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's where it comes from. All right, you're going to answer some questions. Rebecca, you first.
Okay. So if you were able to vote in this election, who would you cast your ballot for?
Absolutely Kamala Harris. No third party because they have no chance of winning. It would only split my vote. Donald Trump because he's Donald Trump. And so Kamala Harris with the best policy platform.
Come on, Noah.
Boom. My question. What's your most important policy right now?
My most important policy right now is keeping, first of all, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, which is so critical. And we've seen a lot of pro-black legislation out of the Biden-Harris administration. Right now, I would love to see her raise the minimum wage for our workers.
Jolanda?
I love that, too.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, how are young people feeling about being educated on politics based on what they learned from you?
Yeah, so they usually have my cousins especially have a better time listening to me than listening to the aunties. But it'll be very helpful if I could get on your show and spread the word for other young people to get the message out how important it is.
Well, that's going to happen. So we're going to work on that. And then I can show you all the tricks of the trade and help you advance in what you're doing.
Thank you, sir. I'm honored. Thank you.
So I've already sent you. Now your phone is dead. So the first rule, always have some backup juice with you because you cannot have your phone die, Noah.
That's right. That's right. I know you probably never have a dead phone.
No, because I got 5 bricks. I'm always have juice with 2 phones.
Right. You're going to have the juice and you're going to have the platform as well.
Absolutely. So you're going to do this here, Noah. You're going to put your information in my phone. All right. And then... No, we don't. I ain't got to ask nobody. I own it. So
and look, and he's telling the public.
You're going to put your information. You're going to put your information in. You're going to put your number in, all right, and put your email. And so when we get Monday, we'll follow up, and then we'll start working on that.
Thank you, sir. I mean it. Thank you.
No, not a problem.
He has, his parents did a great job.
I love your spirit. I love your knowledge, and again, I love your videos.
And then y'all leave a like, subscribe, send him some super chats so he can fund the show.
See?
My man said like and subscribe.
Thank you.
He says super chats.
There you go. So Noah, we're gonna follow up, and man, we're gonna make this happen. Thanks for stopping by, my brother. I appreciate it. All right. We'll chat soon. All right. Tell your parents I'll be calling. All right, then. Appreciate it.
Did he say stay woke in his flip-flop?
My man.
In his flip-flop.
I need him to grow up and take over the New York Times like today. I need
Killing it. In his flip-flops.
But let me tell you something. People ask me all the time. They say, what? What? You can't hear me? What? Oh, he did? No.
He right there.
Right there. Your phone. I was trying to charge it. All right, then.
By Monday, I'll have a charge.
Yeah. By tonight, you're going to have a charge phone. So.
They ask you all the time.
People ask me all the time. They say, hey, are you creating more Roland Martins? And what I tell them is, the problem is, a lot of folk don't want to do the work.
They don't.
They don't want to do the work.
They want what's easy.
They want to come on. They want to basically chill. Don't tweet. Don't post stuff and think I'm gonna do all the work. And I got to remind them, I still tweet. I still post. I still say you have to watch. And what I tell anybody is, you got to want that thing. You got to want it. And so I was familiar with his videos. But listening right there, I was like, oh, absolutely. This is a no-brainer.
He's brilliant.
It's also like, it's how you build up any expertise, right? Like I get a similar question. A lot of people want to know how I do what I do, how I got into doing what I did. And I always say, like, well, start with reading. Like, I know a lot about the Supreme Court because they published their opinions and I read them. So if you go back 10 years ago, I'd only read the opinions for a few years, right? Now I've read them for 15 years, so I can tell you what happened 15 years ago because I read them all.
Right.
But it always starts with homework. It always starts with educating yourself and lifting yourself up before you can lift up others.
Right.
And that's how you get to any position.
You also got to work through the difficulty because it's not going to be easy.
Yes.
Right?
It's like Michelle said last night. Ain't nobody going to be having an escalator up for us.
Right.
Like
well,
that's never.
If we're not going to fail forward.
But the other thing is, it's not linear. Sometimes you go down, you go up, you go down, you take 2 steps back, then you propel forward. And a lot of times people think it's just A to B and that's all it is, but it's never linear.
Yeah. No,
because some people make it look easy, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean, and so I get that a lot because I'll be like, okay, that it is easy when you're doing it. But also what I try to remind folk is you have to be in a constant state of learning. I remember I was doing an interview. I was doing an interview in Houston. My man Mad Hatter, and so he was at KTSU, and so we waiting for his camera crew to come in. So they come in. I was like, "This camera model y'all using?" So I was like, "What light y'all using? How's your audio?" So I started hitting them with that, and they were like, he was like, "How do you know all?" I said, "Dude, you got to stay reading." I said, I don't stop learning.
But you did that at Yates.
But the point is, at this age, I don't stop learning.
Right.
That's the point.
And you teach it because when you came to Yates with their technology,
right,
which is your alma mater,
yep,
and was teaching young kids how to put on shows, and you actually programmed from Yates.
That's how we did the show from there. Yeah. We're going to go live to the stage. Amanda Gorman is now speaking.
We gather at this hallowed place because we believe in the American dream. We face a race that tests if this country we cherish shall perish from the earth, and if our earth shall perish from this country. It falls to us to ensure that we do not fall, for a people that cannot stand together cannot stand at all. We are one family, regardless of religion, class, or color. For what defines a patriot is not just our love of liberty, but our love for one another. This is loud in our country's call because while we all love freedom, it is love that frees us all. Empathy emancipates, making us greater than hate or vanity. That is the American promise, powerful and pure. Divided, we cannot endure, but united, we can endeavor to humanize our democracy and endear democracy to humanity. And make no mistake, cohering is the hardest task history ever wrote. But tomorrow is not written by our odds of hardship, but by the audacity of our hope, by the vitality of our vote. Only now, approaching this rare air, are we aware that perhaps the American dream is no dream at all, but instead a dare to dream together. Like a million roots tethered, branching up humbly, making one tree. This is our country from many, won from battles, won our freedoms, sung. Our kingdom come has just begun. We redeem this sacred scene, ready for our journey from it. Together, we must birth this early republic and achieve an unearthly summit. Let us not just believe in the American dream. Let us be worthy of it. Thank you.
There's a word I heard. The word is called freedom. Can you tell me what it means?
Interesting. Let me think about that for a second.
The spirit of freedom.
For me? Oh, yeah. Freedom, to me, means choice.
The ability to laugh with friends.
Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go.
Living your life day to day. Having new chapters in that life.
I believe in having your own words and being able to do what you want to.
The freedom to raise our family in healthy communities.
The idea that I can turn to my partner, my husband, and say I love you with every being of my soul.
Being able to start a family when I want to, being able to, support the missions that I want to go to the church that I want to.
Not everyone has the same opportunities, but the United States is, of anywhere I've ever been, it's the one place where you can accomplish more.
The big fantastic thing about America is that it is the land of opportunity. I know it sounds trite, but it's the truth.
I grew up with a single mom, and she really imbued in me these qualities that you just really have to care about your neighbors and your family and your friends.
I feel like the American dream is having opportunities, having opportunity to go to college if you want to, having opportunity to get any job you can, no matter who you are or where you come from.
The American dream is about having the ability to make choices about your medical care and do whatever you want to do with your life without anybody telling you if it's good or not.
We are in an incredible moment in history. We've seen women stripped of their most fundamental right to autonomy over their bodies.
The freedom to make choices about your body, your life, your career should be entirely in your control.
But I have found that good people want to do good things.
That you find a way to move forward under ugly and scary circumstances.
The work that lies ahead is to make America live up to its highest ideals. And, we're proud to go to work.
The work to build a better future really depends on all of us coming together.
We have to bring back that respect for everyone.
I don't think we're as divided as we seem.
Let's come together as one big nation.
I feel like we are on the verge of something very amazing in this country.
It makes me want to fight for our children and future generations to ensure they have just as many, if not more, freedoms than we had.
I believe in a future where my mom can feel safe no matter where she is in the country.
A future that is filled with a healthy and vibrant planet, where families are not separated by fences or jail bars.
A future in which we all get what we need.
I want to see that for people who are younger than me.
Hopefully the kids I teach can chase their dreams and believe in what they want to be.
I want a future for him that he knows that he's covered and protected.
Everyone should think about what we can leave to the next generation. It's our responsibility. It's what we have to do.
My name's Tyler.
My name's Yvette.
And we believe in love.
I'm Alex.
I'm Kiara.
My name is Steven. My name is Charlie. I'm a proud 7th-generation Texan.
I am from Waterford, Michigan, just north of Detroit.
I'm from East Tennessee.
And we believe in the American dream.
We believe in a better world for our child, and we believe in this country.
My name is Karen, and I believe in justice.
My name is Nancy.
My name is Thoreau.
My name is Jennings.
My name is Dana,
My name is Todd.
and we believe in freedom.
My name is Gina, and I believe in freedom.
My name is Pat, and I believe in the freedom to work together.
Please welcome Oprah Winfrey.
Good evening, everybody! Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris
as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and and sweet home Chicago, Illinois. I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forests, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No. We just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady, well, we try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto the stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four they were called. They broke barriers and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States. That is the best of America. You know, let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor. And let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you, America.
Here's what I want people to know about Tim Walz.
Well, everybody at Mankato West High School loved Tim Walz.
Yeah, I mean, Tim was jovial.
When he would start teaching, it was like full contact teaching. You could not help but be interested in what he was talking about.
He seemed to care about everybody in his class.
He knew everyone's name.
He wanted to know what interested you, how to engage you, what you were excited about, what you're feeling bad about.
Mr. Walz was my geography and social studies teacher.
Mr. Walz was my football coach.
My middle school basketball coach.
When we were doing the high school play The Nerd, he was the person building the sets.
I don't think that there has ever been a moment where I've seen Tim exhausted from giving or engaging. He always seems like that person that's got the never-ending gas tank who can keep going.
When I decided to come out as gay, we started the Gay Straight Alliance. Tim Walz was the faculty advisor.
We saw him not only as a teacher, but a mentor and a leader.
Mr. Walz was a really big part in helping build this community, and he's a big reason why I became a teacher myself. It was inspiring being in his classroom.
Please welcome Maryland Governor Wes Moore.
Thank you. Thank you. On March 26th, at 1:30 in the morning, a container ship, the length of 3 football fields, slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words. Dove, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way. Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs. I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan. And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united with the Almighty God's grace, we brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks. Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor. And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too. It's the journey. It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrists at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first black governor in the history of our state. It's the story. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well. That's right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now, Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake-up until Election Day. 75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days in a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to build a future that those who came before us hoped for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake-up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and let's leave no one behind.
Please welcome former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
Thank you. Good evening, Democrats. Thank you, Chicago. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next president and vice president of the United States.
Folks, welcome back to Black Star Network. That was, of course, the governor of Maryland there speaking, Wes Moore. We're checking it out. What you think?
I'm always a fan of Governor Westmore. I think he is uniquely positioned to take us into the next level, maybe in 8 years, maybe in 12 years. But I think what's happened with Vice President Harris's ascension is the Democratic bench has been revealed. And there is gold and then there are hills. You know what I'm saying? It's like we know that we have all these diamonds in the rough, like Governor Westmore, and his message resonates with our community, his service to our country through Afghanistan and combat decoration. I just am a big fan of the brother, and I'm not even going to hold it against him that he's an alpha.
Because you can't. Because you can't. Because
you know I'm going to close on that.
But I don't think he's a diamond in the rough.
Okay.
I think he's a diamond.
I agree.
And I just know that he definitely should be next on the bench.
Our bench
and
is so rich.
Our bench is rich, and we know he's tough. And he is able to communicate with regular people, which is important because sometimes politicians speak over people's heads.
That's correct.
And he's a team player.
Yep.
And we know he loves his mama, which is always really important. And as he said, he did things in 11 weeks that other people said he couldn't do for 11 months.
Yeah.
So we know that he breaks records.
Yeah.
And I think that the Democratic Party is as strong as black people in the Democratic Party. What you about to say, Roland?
We are
as strong
We are that
as the
linchpin.
Democratic Party, and we were talking about previously about how some people want to overlook us when what they don't understand, and they about to understand, is the importance of D9.
Mm-hmm.
All of us sitting here are D9.
That's
and
right.
trust and believe that Biden was a beneficiary of D9 in 2020, because I know the only reason I supported it was because he picked Kamala. Wes Moore is D9.
Yep.
And what the Democratic Party needs to understand is that we are supporting each other because that's why we were formed.
That's right.
And we are a power. We have a built-in political infrastructure
That's right.
that we started building in 1906, and we've continued, and now there's 9 of us.
Yep.
And they better pay attention because the days of us just voting for white folks because they're at the top of the ticket, those days are gone.
Well, Rebecca, when you look at, first of all, he's 2 years into his term. And so he can run for maximum 2 years. So you talk about this being 2024. So the reality is I can be governor till 2030. Listen, we don't know what happens in terms of if Vice President Harris gets elected and, of course, run a second time. Other thing is you also have potentially United States Senator. And so you have options there. But there's no doubt in my mind when you talk about future leadership, Democratic Party, Governor Wes Moore's name at the top of that list.
Top of the list.
You know, if I was Sam, one of the things that I would do to really build my national party, my national power, I would take over the DGA. I would take over the Democratic Governors Association. Right now, there's 23 Democratic governors across the country. Wes Moore has the political acumen and the ability, the fundraising prowess to change that number over the next 3 to 4 years. And so if I was him, I would take over the DGA. I would focus on that. I would develop my own 50-state strategy because that's exactly what he's going to need because I do see him as a future president of the country.
Yep. Well, first of all, the current head of the DGA, Tim Walz. I mean, so bottom line is that's what we're talking about. But again, I think that I think one of the greatest mistakes that people make is that they talk about higher office way too soon. Let folk do something in their positions.
Right.
I mean, listen, we're sitting here watching Pete Buttigieg. The reality is he was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana. He runs for president. I'm sorry. That jump ain't happening. It's not happening.
And it didn't.
No, right.
Too far.
And so
it's like Wasilla.
Huh?
It's like Wasilla.
No, yeah, but
you
no.
can't do that.
No. But she was governor.
She was.
No, she was governor. That's different.
Asterisk. She was governor.
So the mistake. Look, I go back to, like it drives me crazy when I see these stories, and somebody's referred to as a rising star. First of all, you got to become a star. You got to do something. So I don't like the phrase rising star. That means nothing to me. I think I remember when they were calling Arthur Davis a rising star. We saw how he flamed out. And so, to me, that is the mistake. Let folk be able to build, grow. He's only 2 years in. Same thing with Josh Shapiro. Okay, he's only 18 months in. Same thing. He elected at the same time as Wes Moore. And so you allow folks to build a track record because, and I'll say this, and I don't care. What happened with Obama ain't happening again. You're not going to serve a short period as United States Senator, go from a state senator to U.S. Senator, less than 2 years, run for president, and you actually win. And I'm telling you right now, from a black standpoint, that ain't happening again because folks are not going to extend you that kind of runway. You're going to have to build that credibility in order to be able to go to the higher office. And so that's what I tell people. Pump the brakes. Let the man get through one term, run a second term, and then they can figure out where to go from there.
He's got 2 feathers in his cap right now, though, if you think about it, right? His response to the bridge collapse. So we can all agree that's 1 feather in his cap because that shows courage under fire. It shows the ability to lead in duress. And then his big policy initiative, the Marijuana Relief and Incarceration Act that he was focused on. That I think is really important in terms of changing the conversation around cannabis, making sure that we're understanding that there's a whole business infrastructure around it, making sure that people's lives aren't ruined because they were once, in the marijuana business and the cannabis business, and allowing them to rewrite their own futures and their own history. So I think leading in that in a national legislation piece is important, and Maryland's going to be a bellwether for that.
And as he said when he spoke at the Collective PAC brunch, he said in the swipe of a pen, he changed the trajectory of people.
So many people's lives.
Who were criminalized.
Whether you could get a job, your credit score impacted, all kinds of things that were shut down.
Whether you get a place to live.
All kinds of things that were shut down over a small conviction many years ago for something now that people are making not millions, but billions of dollars off of.
And he also reminded us that he has the lowest unemployment rate for black folks.
He's doing his thing.
So he did it.
Yeah.
So, when you grow up and you're struggling and you understand what it's like to be poor, then you can include the drawbacks of poverty in your policy. The problem with some folks that ain't struggling, they don't understand the barriers that are there and they don't understand how it affects you. So he is building the runway, as Roland said, but he's got time because I plan on helping Kamala get elected on November 5th.
Me too.
So we can celebrate my birthday on November 6th. So I'm going to say it again, so we can celebrate my birthday on November 6th.
Personal shout out.
And then just like when President Obama was running for re-election in 2012, a bunch of white folks jumped off the bandwagon and they were having all these polls saying wasn't nobody going to vote for him. They had these old crazy ass black people, some saying stuff, and I was like, where they went and found him from?
Yeah.
Because every black person I know likes him, and we're going to get her reelected again. And then we're going to do what we can do. We're going to exert our influence. We're going to use people like Roland and his knowledge of the political process.
Hold tight 1 second. Got to go to the stage real quick. John Legend, Sheila E.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Get them drums.
Activist John Legend and Queen of Percussion, Sheila E.
Oh, what's it all for? You better live now. I just want to say I feel so motivated after tonight. It's like never been more clear that if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are elected this November, they're going to protect our freedoms. The freedom to read whatever books you want. The freedom to work one job and afford your rent. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will protect your freedom to start a family on your own
All right, folks,
terms.
welcome back. Black
And if
Star
you ask
Network,
me,
as we continue our coverage here from day 3 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, the United Center. And so Governor Tim Walz is going to be the last major speaker. So coming up in a second, at that performance, Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, and then a former student of Tim Walz is going to also be introducing him, and then the VP nominee is going to be speaking. Let's talk about this nominee. President Obama made a comment last night about his flannel shirts. These well-worn flannel shirts. And listen, the Republicans have been trying to attack him when it comes to his service. They're trying to suggest that they didn't use IVF, even though it was the drugs that were being used in the same family. The thing here, and I saw some posts earlier, that when it came to the research for likability, he's actually higher than Harris, Vance,
Walz,
and Trump because how he comes across as just being a regular guy. And what I kept trying to explain to people, everybody trying to figure out who she should pick, I kept saying, guys, forget all the calculations, try to win Pennsylvania. The last person who helped a nominee win a state to win the presidency was Lyndon Baines Johnson when John F. Kennedy picked him. I'm like, y'all, it means nothing. I said, you have to, it's somebody who the nominee likes. That's the most important thing. Who does a nominee like? You have to have somebody who gets along well with the nominee. That's the most important thing.
That chemistry is so important, but also that last voice in the room. And that was Joe Biden's voice with Barack Obama, right? It's that last voice when you're going through policy, when you're going through tough decisions, when you're talking about whether to go after Osama bin Laden and whether we should do it. Are we going to pull the trigger? Are we not? You need that last voice in the room that is someone who is going to be a sounding board for those ideas. And I think she sees that with him.
But what you also have here, Rebecca, you have relationships. He's not just two-term governor. He's also a former member of Congress of the House. So, you win. She has relationships in the United States Senate. He has relationships in the House. That's what you also need because you can propose whatever you want to, but it has to get passed by Congress first.
But you also...
Hold on. You worked on Capitol Hill. I didn't just speak to that.
Yep, so there's a couple of things. First of all, he's a native Nebraskan like myself. So he's very disarming. He's very folksy. You have to really understand prairie populism and what that means in the upper plains in the Midwest. And so that's the same thing that you need going into the Great Lakes. It's the same thing that you need going into Wisconsin. It's the same thing that you need going into Michigan. It's the same thing that you need to make a competitive race and to support Sherrod Brown in Ohio. So that's one of the things that you have.
Janice Mathis, National Council of Negro Women. What's your title? Executive Director? What all of titles?
Council. I have graduated.
Oh, you graduated?
Yes.
Okay. Your assessment of what has happened this week so far?
We've come to a place for which our mothers sighed. I think about my grandmother and how she religiously voted, how my mother came home from A&T, bought her family a house, and couldn't vote in the primary. And then look at where we are now. But we still got a lot of work to do because they're going to do the opposition research. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible. And it gives us hope.
Share with the folks, we were talking early in the week, the vital role African Americans play, especially black women, in knowing the rules of the party. Reverend Jackson, Ron Brown, Dr. Ron Walters, late Dr. Ron Walters, how they were stressing that if you want to understand power, you better learn the power dynamics. And you were one of those folks who was involved in that.
We were involved because the Jackson campaign was involved. And one of the things that was going on behind the scenes, there was fighting going on between the Jackson and Dukakis camps. A lot of people thought that Jackson should have been on the ticket as vice president. Dukakis was not willing to do that. And so when it turned out that Bush was the nominee.
Lloyd Benson. Bush was the presidential nominee.
Bush won. Yeah. They negotiated to put some Jackson folk on the DNC for the first time. So you look at people like Donna and Mignon, the colored girls, me, a bunch of other people. We went on the DNC. I had a law degree, so they stuck me on the rules committee. What I know about DNC? But I learned, and Reverend Jackson was the one who stressed that we learned so that we could not just have the seats, but be able to exert the power that went with the position.
So, of course, that's 1988. And I keep trying to tell people, if that doesn't happen in 88, there is no Obama in 08. And without that happening in 88, there is no VP Harris, because they used those, they knew the rules and blocked some other folk from being able to get a leg up.
And that wasn't the last time the rules got used. Some folk wanted to have an open primary right now and not allow the sitting vice president to succeed the president. But the rules were otherwise. And so we ended up with the president being able to cede the position to his vice president, as he should, without getting into the chaos and turmoil of an open primary with 8 weeks to go.
Absolutely. Well, I hollered at your name. You were trying to leave, so I appreciate you stopping by.
I appreciate you being at the church the other night, and you were good.
I appreciate it.
You were good.
I try.
And it's good to integrate young folk into this. That's why I'm so proud of Siobhan Arline Bradley, who is our president now, all of 46 years old, but got a vision and understands how to get people to follow with that vision. So I'm feeling good about where we are.
I appreciate it. Text me what party you going to.
Party. I'm going to a party at the Army Hotel in a room with my key, and I'm getting
club bed. Club bed.
Those days for me are done.
Yeah,
If I put in a good 12 hours, I'm done.
See you later.
Good day.
I was about to say, having been an athlete, that you need somebody who is a team player and who knows their role on the team.
Yes.
So you need a vice president who is going to allow you to shine and back you up where they need you to back them up.
I want you to keep talking here, and let's go to the floor. You keep talking, because they're going to bring out some former athletes of Governor Tim Walz.
Right
keep
on
talking.
time.
Keep
All right,
talking.
but
his athletes, his team from the high school championship team.
Right, because there's something about being an athlete. And Kamala Harris understands that people appreciate coaches.
Yeah.
Almost every parent has a child who had a coach, right? And they helped them. And coaches teach you more than just sports. They teach you life.
And what is the most watched thing on all of television? Football. And New York Times did a piece on this. They talked about how it is the national religion and the national conversation. So people can see themselves through the lens of football.
Right.
They see that high school football coach, because every small town has a Friday Night Lights story. Everybody has a Texas football story. Everybody knows that football is the national religion and the national conversation. So I think it creates a natural touch point for so many people.
And she understands.
Well, in the first rally they had, I really liked his body language.
Yes.
It was because I was watching when they walked out.
If he was going to fall back.
Well,
I saw that.
But not just fall back. I watched how when they walked out and the crowd was going crazy and they're all clapping, and then he would point to her.
That's right.
And then he would clap towards her. And as I watched it, and so I was watching without the sound.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at his body language. That's what jumped out at me, because he understood what his role is.
Yeah.
A lot of times you have, and again, we mentioned JFK and LBJ, and that was one of the fears of JFK. One of the fears of JFK of being outshined by LBJ. But one of the mistakes of a JFK was not taking advantage of the expertise of
all
LBJ.
the things that LBJ
So you allowed that ego battle with Robert Kennedy and LBJ to get in the way, because the man flat out was brilliant. And then we saw what happened after Kennedy was assassinated, how he leveraged that power to drive through critical bills.
I wrote my senior thesis on LBJ in college. I was
on
a
it.
science major.
Yeah,
and you know what? He was a C student, but he was politically brilliant.
Yep.
And he did not take enemies. So if you crossed him, you paid for it, and people knew that, right? So he led by fear, right? And people ended up respecting him. But when you can get people to move in politics where you need for them to be,
right,
whether they want to be there or not, that is a skill set that you can't teach.
But that's the mistake I believe we make when we place this premium on straight A students. Now I'm not sitting here dissing that, but no, I'm not. But the reality is, I went to school with some folk who were straight A students who could not talk their way into a room.
It's a different skill set.
Right. And so when you talk about politics, oh, okay, I got to go speak to Gabby Giffords. I haven't seen her in 12 years. Y'all go ahead and talk.
Yeah.
I got to go say her.
Yeah. But what I was saying, as an athlete, it's important to know when to score. It's important to know when to pass.
Yep.
It's important to know when to block.
Yep. That's what I was just going to say about the vice president.
That's
it
important.
Is blocking
and you're
and
supposed
tackling.
to block. And you're supposed to create an opening.
Create a lane to get that running
for them
back down the field.
To get them down the field.
Yep.
And the thing that's been most impressive, or one of the things that's been most impressive to me about him, is he ain't got no problem letting a woman lead.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's time for that.
Yeah.
Because the thing about us, when we think about what's good for everybody,
Yep.
right? And generally, like physically, we don't have the strength that you have physically. So we got to figure out how to compensate for it. It's sort of like that little thing they say about them bulls that's on the top of the mountain. You know what I'm talking about?
I definitely know that saying.
Where the older bulls say, I'm going to walk down there and do
This
that.
is not a family show. This is unfiltered.
But my point is this, right? It's not always the best to go fast.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to be contemplative, and you need to know when to move, because timing is everything.
Yep.
And that's what Kamala did when she picked him. He got a
knows
part of the
about
country.
Blocking and tackling.
So here's my question.
Talk to me.
It's one thing for Walz to do this as a candidate, but when you touch that power, when you have access to that power, will he be consistent during that first term if they're elected?
Well, here's the deal. The advantage you have here is he's a governor.
He's touched power before.
So when you're a but also when you talk about, we also know what the limited power the vice president is. Mm-hmm. The reality is the VP is there to support the president. Mm-hmm. They serve at the pleasure of the president.
That's the
role. Largely ceremonial.
Largely ceremonial, except if you have a skill set. Vice President Dick Cheney exercised power.
Yeah.
And because Bush allowed him to do so. So we have to understand that. Some of y'all may be wondering why did I jump up to go see Gabby Giffords. We all remember in 2011, she was shot and almost assassinated in Phoenix. Well, there was an annual conference I was attending in December 2010, where that's where I first met her, then Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, and Senator Mark Kelly. He wasn't senator then; she was in Congress, and it was New Year's Eve, and we were clock had struck midnight, and so we're at this party, and folks are all dancing. It's in South Carolina, and she comes in, so I walk over, and I was like, Mark, man, dance with your wife, and he's like, well, I got two left feet. I was like, dude, I don't care, just stay side to side. So she's out on the dance floor, and she's just moving and grooving. And then it literally was a week later. And I was at home. I was watching the news coverage, and it came on about the shooting. And I told my wife, I was like, man, that person looks familiar. And I go to my bag, pull out a business card. It was her business card. And so every time I see her, all I can remember was the look on her face dancing next to us, just enjoying herself immensely. And I often say that may have been the last time her and Mark had that dance together. So that's why I had to jump up and actually go say hey to her.
That's the humanization effect in politics, man.
Absolutely.
The human stories.
Folks, right now, the VP nominee for Democrats, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, is now taking the stage.
All right. This.
Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and help people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone had rang, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you. I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead. Say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're gonna fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
Folks, at Governor Tim Walz there, finishing his speech. Man, this is the earliest. It's the
God.
first 3 nights. The longest was Monday night. And last night, it's just 10:39 Central, 11:39 Eastern. And again, what you had there was, you saw it. I love the fact when they brought out his son and then the football players. And then him just, in his very folksy way, very plain-spoken way. I really look forward to what's going to happen after tomorrow. They're going to hit the road. They're going to hit battleground states. And then you're going to see more of these rallies, get out there the votes. So just your thoughts, Rebecca, what you heard tonight.
It's simply amazing, but they've been on the road. The last few days have been crisscrossing.
Bus tour in Pennsylvania over the weekend, in Milwaukee yesterday.
Yes, and they're having sellout crowds. So you're having 50,000 people here in Chicago. You have 19,000 people in Milwaukee. And so what we're seeing is a lot of excitement. And I think that's what we're going to see for the next 76 days. And by the way, early voting starts
October 21st.
in 18 days. In some states.
And that was one of the points that I was making. That was one of the points I was making, Jolanda, that we have to understand. Everybody keeps talking about we're 76 days from Election Day. No. In some states, there's early voting starting. And so what I keep telling people, we should be focusing on registration deadlines.
That's right.
And early voting starts, depending on where you are.
Oh, for sure. And I liked what Walz had to say. And again, the athlete in me, he was talking about taking it one inch, 1 yard at a time, because you don't have to go for the touchdown.
No.
You know what? If you get 3 yards every play, you can move down the field and you're going to get a touchdown.
Yep.
For those of y'all who don't play football, go figure it out. But he talked about that, but he definitely, as we were talking about earlier, he definitely knows his role. He knows who the star is, and he knows how to catch the ball when she throws it to him, and he knows how to block for her when she needs, and that's exactly what he did in his speech.
And I think he is the soft underbelly touch point for the campaign. He is that soft blanket for everybody to have that warm, relatable feeling. And that's great. I think that's a great role for him to be, and then, it allows Vice President Harris to really step up into that pure presidential level. So.
And it allows for her to be the chief prosecutor.
That's right.
Because we have to prosecute the case going into November.
And he's going to protect her.
Well, I think that, and again, first of all, roles matter. And so when you talk about being a prosecutor, that requires a certain tone, a certain attitude, and then he can give sort of the yin and the yang.
He can give a lot softer feel, a lot more manageable.
I'm excited.
Jolanda, you've had to run for office, and what people don't understand is, listen, in order for a person to win, you have to actually convince people. That's what you have to do. That ain't the easiest thing in the world.
It's not. And you got to talk to people. You got to listen to what they say. You got to listen to their complaints. You cannot blow them off because they will vote against you. That's exactly what they will do. And you've just got to balance things, and you got to keep those deadlines in mind. When does early vote start? When does the last day to register start? Right? What are the rules where you are? So that stuff is very, very, very important.
You're talking about the skill of listening to folks, and that brings in the empathy that I think Tim Walz exudes. He exudes that empathy that you learn from listening to the students in the classroom, that you learn to listening to athletes that you're coaching on the field. And I think that empathy and that ability to listen and then take that in and kind of channel it up in the campaign is going to be a key.
And figure out how you're going to put those puzzle pieces together, because you got to figure out where stuff fits to make it work, to make it complete.
What we've had so far, Rebecca, we've had camp where they've been doing the rallies, but once you get past tomorrow, there will be the media interviews and then more policy, and then of course the September 10th debate, and so the 2 weeks after this convention, again, will be critical. No day can be wasted between now and November.
Well, here's the other thing too: the map has changed. We are now talking about Georgia, we're now kind of peeking at Florida to see if anything's going to happen, especially with the reproductive rights amendment there. We're looking at Ohio.
Look, it just got on it's going to be on the ballot in Montana. That could be a very well help Senator John Tester.
And don't leave my state off, North Carolina. We are about to be flipped again.
Right. And so especially when we're in some of those states in the South where there is a super majority in the state chambers, this is when you start to see a momentum shift. So that's what we're going to see for the next 76 days, how this is going to impact not just the top of the ticket, but going down the ticket as well.
But I also think in Texas, because I know ain't nobody talking about my state. They had us way at the back.
Give it 8 years.
But let me tell you something. There are a lot of seats that we thought before Kamala was ahead of the ticket that we were going to lose for sure to Republicans.
That's true.
We going to get some seats.
So on the
I
state
think
level,
it's going to be on the state
pickups.
level. I think we're going to pick up some seats in the House, maybe in the Senate. But at least they can't just stomp on us like they have just because they just have pure numbers.
Well, I think what has been hugely helpful for Democrats are the thousands of people who have been volunteering. Yesterday, we talked to Nikki Fried, and we talked about the wins in Florida, school board races. Ron DeSantis took a lot of losses.
Half
of them lost.
Opposed to last 6
time.
of them were runoffs.
And so that was huge. But again, this is where, hold on, I'm going to grab somebody. Y'all keep talking. Hold on.
I want to remind people of one thing, and this is a button I just put on. You see this? I want you to zoom in here. It says, voting is my black job. Voting is my black job. That's what this show is about. That's what this conversation is about. It's about realigning our vision on what our job is. It's like Michelle Obama said the other night. You know what to do. Don't nobody need to tell you or cajole you or how to get you to the polls or get your opinion over a phone call. You know what to do. So voting needs to be my black job. It needs to be your black job. It needs to be your black job. And we bring people with
But I think that what we need to understand, especially the people that are apathetic, we need to understand that my one vote is the same as one rich person. I'm about to move.
Congresswoman Joyce Beatty.
Hey, Congresswoman, how are you?
Well, thank you.
It was a whole lot of fun tonight.
It was a lot of fun tonight. It was a lot of energy and excitement because we know we're getting ready to send Kamala Harris to the White House. And you saw her vice president. You saw the coach. You saw American values. John Legend, Sheila E. Hakeem Jeffries dropped the mic on it. And I'm going to say Oprah did okay. She was amazing. But really what you saw tonight was people talking truth to power. People are tired of the divisiveness. They want joy. They want freedom, all our freedom. So there's been a constant theme. And this is probably the first time I've seen this type of diversity with unity.
Right.
I mean, we even had Republicans here tonight saying that I'm going to vote for vice president.
Saying you a patriot.
The former lieutenant governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan.
Yes, was here. And it's one thing when people say it to some of us, but when they come before 20, 25,000 people and say it on national TV, I think you can take that to the bank.
Here's the most important question for tomorrow. You got your white on right now.
Looking good.
Looking
clean.
Will you be dressed in pink and green tomorrow, even though you are a Delta?
I will not be dressed in pink and green.
I will.
I will be in all white tomorrow. And you may see a little red pendant on it.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm a
But you know what? But I got D9 love. I got D-line like unity.
Well, see, we were talking about that earlier. We were saying, okay, so all AKs wear their pink and green. But if you're not, wear your white. Women's suffrage is all together.
That's it.
So that's why I had to ask the question.
But let me tell you, I agree with the sister. It's all about the divine nine.
Yep.
And
they about to find out.
We have such a beautiful relationship, and we all stand together. So, you know, I might put a little pink and green on.
Okay. Pink and green ribbon.
In honor of my sorors. And the vice president, is an AK, and I like that. She's part of the Divine Nine.
All right.
Okay, if the world don't know, they gon' know.
They gon' know. If you look up there tomorrow, there's going to be so much pink and green that we're not going to know what to do, and that's all right.
All right. Always good to see you. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Y'all know I had to ask the question.
I know you did. I know you
trying to
had.
trap for a little bit.
No, I wasn't.
But we got friendly rivalry.
I just wanted to know.
We got friendly rivalry.
I just wanted to know.
Yeah, and it opens the door to the conversation to activating that D9 infrastructure
But
that we
like
talked about.
Like I was talking about, the D9 has an infrastructure that we started building in 1906.
That's
Can't
it.
nobody duplicate it.
That's it.
They try to culturally
Well,
appropriate.
with all the
but they
college
can't
students
duplicate.
that I'm working with.
But let me expand this. And I've been expanding this beyond the D9. And so the question I have, and I've been asking, so everybody who's watching y'all, so I'm doing that, I'm talking. But I'm
He's
so
trying to
looking,
multitask
I'm
and
also
grab
spotting
She's
people.
talking and stalking.
I'm also, and so I've been asking a
You know what, I
question.
need to put my-
You got to
put my sign
expand
over here
it.
'cause
Where's the
people
Prince
looking
Hall
at it like
Masons?
Like it's meat.
Where's Eastern Star? You've got Links, you've got Jack and
Masons.
Jill, you got all these organizations. My issue is, are they fully leveraging their influence to drive folks out to vote? And so to me, it's a waste of having black infrastructure if you don't use it.
Well, one good thing is that the D9 has tentacles in all those organizations
all
that
of
you
them.
just
'Cause
mentioned.
you'll see links
and
that
so
are
you will
AKAs,
see leaders that cross
Eastern
over in
Star.
every
Yeah.
bridge
but
and can help activate.
But I have not seen those organizations
step up and do phone
step
calls,
be
step up
public.
and do Zoom.
And so my deal is,
you're right.
like where are you?
Yeah. Well, that's part of the call to action for tonight.
The other organization that I'm a part of, we are active, we are mobilizing, and we are also doing the work.
Speaking of Links.
Are you about to put her on the spot?
Yes, national president.
My national president.
We literally were. I'm like literally just talking about Divine Nine, and I said beyond that, Prince Hall Masons, Eastern Star, Links in terms of
activating the infrastructure.
How are y'all mobilizing folks to drive the vote?
We're driving them out with Link Up the Vote. That
Okay.
means you need to register people, but most importantly, get them to the polls. Doesn't matter what the affiliation, be it the church, be it your barbershop, your hairdresser, your school. It's about getting everybody you know on your street, in your neighborhood. They have got to get registered, know where to vote,
Voting
have
is
a
my
vote
black job.
plan, and then get to the polls.
That's my national president.
Get them there early, often, but vote.
All right.
I
appreciate
All right,
it.
well, she answered the question.
Everybody. And we're with the Divine Nine. We're with the church affiliation. You name it. And we were Rolling Martin.
I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Thank you, darling.
All right.
So
well, there you
I
have
told
it.
y'all see why
there
I'm
you have it.
Why I'm snatching.
There
people.
you have it. But that's what we need to know. And that's what the world needs to know. And this is what the Democratic Party about to learn.
That's right.
That we have
Congressman Emmanuel
built-in
Cleaver,
infrastructure.
Real quick question for you. Y'all gonna ordain Westmore soon?
Yeah.
He keep preaching.
Yeah, I've noticed that he's another unlicensed preacher.
He bootleg like me.
I said another. And so, we got to start doing so. I talked to Warner earlier today. If we win the White House and the House,
no, when?
we'll pass some new laws.
Yeah. When?
Yeah.
Because you said if.
The win is in January. And people like, there shouldn't be a Reverend Martin on the radio. And not be known as a radio preacher.
Pastor, Congressman, we appreciate it. Thanks, Fred. Oh, also Alpha Man.
All right, I respect it.
I'm just saying.
All right, Fred.
Appreciate it. Folks, this is, of course,
That's
day.
funny right there.
Look, hey, bootleg is bootleg. This is, of course, the end of day 3
Watch out, don't get
of the
taken
convention.
out.
People leaving.
Folks are coming out. Excuse me 1 second. I got to grab South Carolina right here.
Come through South Carolina.
Come on, of
So
course,
we got some
the chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party.
I'm in Spartanburg. Yeah.
All right, just your thoughts. I saw y'all hype yesterday on the roll call.
You know that.
Just your thoughts about tonight and this week.
Oh, it's been great. I think it's been electric. It's been the revival that we need. The DNC convention is about. These are the leaders, the county party leaders, the activists, the volunteers. So this is the boost that they need to kind of warrior on until November, and it's going great.
A lot of folks, they write your state off. And what I keep saying is, if you look at the number of eligible black voters, if black folks in South Carolina vote at 70% of their capacity, you can win in the state.
It changes things tremendously, right? And the state is red because it's so heavily gerrymandered. But if you remove those gerrymanders and draw fair maps, Democrats can win.
But statewide, there ain't no gerrymandering. That's the point.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. But that takes year-round voter engagement that we have not ever had the investment to do.
Absolutely. All right, was always good to see you. All right, it's gonna be a big day tomorrow.
Oh yeah, exciting day. I hope it's like big as the rumors are saying is big.
That's it.
You know something?
Of course I do.
I always get up, SC.
Of course I do. Yeah, there are some things I do know that I can't talk about. I'm just saying. And so as I've been telling y'all, literally the VIP interest is right here, and so we're in a prime position. So I can just sort of just snatch folks while they're coming by. What's up, Frat? Snatch while they're coming by, talk to them, getting there, grabbing them. A little bit earlier, former HUD Secretary Marsha Fudge, she came by, and so I was trying to.
Roland, speaking of South Carolina, what state do you think is going to be the South Carolina of this election? Just like the South Carolina delegation really put Joe Biden back in the game in the last election.
Well, that was a primary.
Yeah,
that was a primary.
What do you think is going to be that?
I think that if you go back, how you doing? You go back to last election, Democrats lost North Carolina by 2 points. Senator? Huh? Just real quick.
Quick comment.
Your governor did great.
It was a big night, and I've never had John Legend as a warm-up act before. But I think it went well.
So you feel good now?
We do, and the governor was absolutely incredible. And his kid standing there, you know what his son was saying is, "That's my dad," when he was married. Okay.
Senator, good to see you. Senator Amy Klobuchar, Minnesota. Of course, she preceded Governor Tim Walz on the stage tonight. Of course, go ahead.
We have Leah Daughtry coming up.
This is the political red carpet.
I'm gonna grab a real quick.
Political red carpet.
And then I think, she's going over right now to greet Kara Mosley Braun. If we go to a hot shot, so behind us is Kara Mosley Braun, former United States Senator from Illinois. So we chatted with her yesterday, and so that's what's happening. Literally, they all right there. I'm gonna grab Leah. Bishop, how you feel? You've been rocking. You've been rocking and rolling this conversation. Just your thoughts on how stuff's been going.
It's been great. It's, from mountaintop to mountaintop. It's just been. We got one more to climb. That's tomorrow night.
Now we after midnight Monday. We were before midnight last night. We finished about 10:50 tonight. We can be done by 9:30 tomorrow.
Let's hope. It's been a long week, but a good week.
It's been a great
job. Congratulations. Great job. Great job.
President. What about the teachers event? Yes.
Great job. Great job. Folks, again, Leah Daughtry, head of the Rules Committee, significant player with this convention, along with Mignon Moore, the CEO. Hey, what's going on? How you doing? Again, all the folks are coming out here, headed to the parking lot. How y'all doing? Headed to the VIP parking lot over here. And so let's see who else we can grab as they come on out. I was supposed to grab Cora. I'm looking for Cora Berry. Saw her yesterday. She was like, "You ain't talked to me yet." And I'm like, "All right, I got you.
People be taking it personal, Ro. They want you to
be
recognize
part of the red carpet experience, man. You said it up here.
No. This is the black carpet.
The black. You right. This is
the black carpet.
You just smashed the white people.
This is the black carpet.
We did.
This is the black carpet. That's what this is.
We diversified.
That's right. Hey man, we don't play.
You're doing all the work, man. Pleasure seeing you. Continue to do the wonderful work, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
Senator Duckworth.
Senator Duckworth, how you feel about this night?
Oh, Fantastic. Tim is her old friend, and he knocked it out of the ballpark. Also, Prince. I mean, I was John Legend doing Prince. Let me tell you, I'm a child of the 80s. I was up and dancing.
That's Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth headed on out there. Certainly glad to see her as well. And so, Star Jones.
Star.
What's going on? Star, give us 30 seconds. Well, say it on the mic. Say it on the mic.
Coach Walz is the bomb.
Okay? I mean, doesn't he feel...
Hold on, watch out. Hold on, watch out.
Doesn't
She taking selfies.
In the middle of the
I need the
interview.
camera shot, Jolanda. Jolanda, it's a camera. It's a TV show, Jolanda.
Okay.
Blackest show on TV.
Don't you think that Coach Walz is the kind of neighbor that we all want, that you feel confident in?
For sure.
And having known Kamala Harris...
He bought my lawnmower. He going to bring it back.
Yeah, you know what, exactly. And he going to help cut your lawn.
Yeah.
But the deep part about it is I have known Kamala Harris for over 40 years since we were in school. I feel confident that he's going to have my sister's back.
That's
that
what we were
makes
saying.
you feel really good.
Yeah.
And that's what you need in a vice president. The very first choice that you choose a presidential candidate's judgment on is who he or she picks for the vice presidency.
We discussed it earlier, and I said that everybody kept talking about, well, who can help win a state? I kept telling everybody, no. Who is the nominee most comfortable with?
Because in the trenches, in the Situation Room, when he or she has to make the toughest decision of their lives, to send men and women into battle on behalf of our country, who do you want to sit at your right hand?
Last voice in the room.
Who are you going to depend on? And I feel confident that Tim Walz is that guy.
Got to ask you this here. Oprah was bringing it today.
Well, Oprah bring it all the time. Don't hate the player, y'all. Hate
the game.
I can't wait for tomorrow. My sister going to bring the fire.
I think I kind of know what you're going to be wearing tomorrow.
Pink and green.
Oh, she got it already picked out. She got it already picked out.
You know, I had to go ahead. I had to go ahead and ask that one. Of course, we knew that was going to be the case.
I got it.
We knew that was going to be the case. So that's why I had to ask it. That's why I had to ask it.
Of course, we wearing pink and green.
It's gonna be an
I
ocean.
was just checking. I was just checking. I was just checking. I was just checking.
This is going to be like a convention.
Yeah.
This is a pink and green convention.
It's going to be.
Don't you wish
folks,
you were an
this is
AKA?
Jelana, move your ass over there. John, let me explain something to you. There's a table. Lord.
Like, this is my center.
She blocking the camera. All right, so this is the end of night 3, okay? And again, this is the earliest we ended because we've been walking out of here after midnight. Monday, of course, was the longest. And so folks are still streaming out. But I can tell you right now, they really going to be staying to the end tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to happen. Tomorrow is the big night.
Here comes Clyburn.
All right. What's up, Doc? How you feel? I had to flew back from Miami. Yeah, I had to go pick up some money. I'll send you some. I can make a campaign donation now. See, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
There you go. So, y'all, again, so tomorrow, the big speech. How y'all doing? The big speech, Vice President Kamala Harris. This room is going to be lit tomorrow.
Lit.
There are some surprises in store tomorrow.
I think
I heard about
we
some.
all know what
I
those
heard.
surprises might be.
No, you don't. I'm telling you.
You ain't the only one who knows.
They're going to be...
the internet might be broken tomorrow. That's all you need to know.
There's going to be some Texas representation.
Exactly. The internet might be broken. That's all
I'm
you
all
need to
good.
know.
Senator Gary Peters, Michigan. How do you feel about this week, but also tonight, and get ready for tomorrow?
Oh, this is just amazing. The energy that we have. Tim Walz is an amazing vice presidential candidate here. He's just a down-to-earth guy. I've had the privilege of working with him in the House. He's the right person for the job right now.
And your state is going to be a huge state for this ticket.
Yeah, Michigan is certainly ground zero. You can't be president of the United States if you don't win Michigan. But Kamala Harris is doing great in my state. The enthusiasm is incredible. The amount of volunteers that are coming out, people who want to work, especially young people that are engaged in a campaign that they've never been before. So I'm very optimistic. But we got to remember it's not over until it's over. We got a lot of work to do. And you don't stop running until you run through the tape.
Exactly.
And I kind of get a feeling I might be bringing my show back to Michigan when I was there when you were running. So we may be doing that again.
Well, I'd love to have you back because we are the center of the political universe.
All right, Senator, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Good to be with you. Thanks very much. Folks, Senator Gary Peters of Michigan, he was in a he was in a very, very tough campaign against John James, black Republican, who's now in the House. And so then Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, they blew me up. They're like, hey, can you please come and bring to your show there?
Okay.
And so we brought the show there the whole 2 hours.
There's Donna Brazil.
Had a fantastic.
Miss Brazil.
Donna, how many posters you keep taking home? Donna, you take a poster home every night.
Come on over.
Y'all, Donna got a whole trash bag. She got a whole trash bag.
You're holding on to history.
She may have one. She may have one of those bags like the snipers have.
And how
Put all the posters in.
How we getting it back to our homes?
Say what?
How we getting it back to our homes?
You might be able to take that on the plane. Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, that's easy. It's called UPS.
True.
That's real easy.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, we're in Michigan. We broadcast from there. So what's going to be happening, y'all, which is one of the reasons why we're talking about supporting this show, we're going to be on the road. We're going to be in North Carolina. We're going to be in Georgia. We likely will be in Michigan broadcasting this show. And remember what we did for Warnock in 2020 and 2022 when we took the show on the road. We did the exact same thing for Don Scott in Virginia. That's when the Democrats won back the House, and he became the Speaker of the House. And so that's why it absolutely matters. So tomorrow I'll start with you, Rebecca. What are your expectations tomorrow night to see the second woman accept the nomination of a major presidential party, nomination for President of the United States, and the first black woman?
I'm going to be crying like a baby. It's going to be nonstop. And it's not just the emotion of what's happening, but it's sometimes when you see yourself reflected back, it's almost like a gut ancestral cry. It's going to be an ugly cry.
Yeah.
Like I'm already telling the person doing my makeup tomorrow, look, make it as waterproof as possible because there's going to be streams coming down. And it's like, I remember when Obama accepted the nomination. I remember sitting and crying that entire night. But for
in the football stadium in Denver.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But for this, because we knew everything that happened during the Obama administration and where we're at now, we're in a much better position than what we were then. And so knowing the work that we have ahead of us once she gets elected, it's also crying for that, knowing what's possible and what we get to do over the next 4 years.
Kwame, I just talked to a very prominent lawyer in L.A. Harold, what up? I talked to a very prominent lawyer in L.A. who's going to take a 6 a.m. flight, a middle seat.
So he can be here.
He said, I'm taking a middle seat from L.A. to Chicago because I got to be there tomorrow night.
And you know why that is? It's because we are the keepers of the culture. We are the keepers of the culture. John Legend, Oprah Winfrey, Sheila E., and the names that will be revealed tomorrow. We are the keepers of the culture, and we are the people who are going to use that energy, use that culture to drive folks to the ballot box. And I think that's a really important part about tomorrow, and it's a really important part that keeps people engaged and part of why they need to be part of this process.
Jolanda, if you look at the speeches that have taken place this week, if you look at yesterday with the Obamas or even Joe Biden's, they were very, very harsh, very critical against Donald Trump. I'm going to say right now, I don't believe her speech tomorrow will be. I think the groundwork has already been laid. The amazing videos, tough videos they put together. I think tomorrow what she has to do is lay out a strong vision for the future of America and make tomorrow more about the future of the country and not specifically him. What do you think?
I agree with you, and I think that she's going to,
Hey, jump on! Jump on!
Come on!
Oh, come on!
Come on!
Come on!
So for those of you who didn't see, it's Kerry Washington.
Just so y'all know.
On the DL.
I know, right? She just creeped by.
Looking glamorous and being like.
So I agree with you, Roland.
Yeah,
we know Kerry Washington.
That was my girl, Kerry Washington.
Yeah. Like trying to creep through on the DL.
And it's so crazy because we saw her husband yesterday.
Yeah,
and I was going to text her the photo.
Yeah.
Today I got busy.
So story about that. Namdi presented a hero award because I saved somebody's life before they were married. Nnamdi Asomugha in Chester, Pittsburgh. That's another story for another day. I agree with you, Roland. I believe that she's going to talk about hope and joy. She's going to lay out a plan because that's what they're hitting her with in air quotes. And so she's going to do that. And for me, I'm already emotional just talking about it. Yeah. I literally have never been a delegate at this convention, but I see myself in her. Yeah. My granddaughter happens to be black and Indian. Her mama's Indian. My son is black.
Look at that.
And so Kamala is my grandbaby, like what she can be. So I'm just excited because I never thought that I would see a black woman be president in my...
How you doing, darling? Huh?
I said, yes, of course your best friend was great. Of course your best friend was great.
She killed it too.
She did.
Good to see you, Gail.
And she looked good doing it.
Yeah, right now. We ain't just standing here holding microphones, Gail.
And so I just think that for black women and for black people, and we're the mothers, that this is important for us. And we're going to introduce the world to the kind of leadership that we can do. And we are going to save this country. We are going to save this world. And we're going to do it with dignity because people are tired of all the complaining of a silver spoon billionaire white guy. We're sick of it. Yeah. And what do you have to complain about? Nothing. Yeah. But we about to see somebody who puts their head down, and she's going to inspire people. She inspires me, and I'm just excited, and I'm glad I'm in the house.
And think about all the times that historically America has gone to that emergency break glass, pull down black woman. You know, yes. Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, so many great leaders throughout. Fannie Lou
Barbara
Jordan, you know, Sheila Johnson Lee. I mean,
my congresswoman.
Always breaking that glass and asking black women to step up. And you guys have answered the call time and time
again.
And
they hit us. And they just hit us. And they hit us.
And it's going to
be
a
put our
chance
head
tomorrow
down.
To take it to the next level, the ultimate level. And I think that's what we're all excited about.
But
some of you, go ahead.
But what's different now? We're not just going to do it and do emotional labor on behalf of other people. But this time, we're taking the country back for us.
We are taking it back. Right. Because we ain't going back.
Yes.
Right, we ain't going back.
This is our country.
This is not about cleaning somebody else's house.
No. This is our country.
Hours.
So let me say this.
Of the biggest rat crook.
So let me say this here for folks out there who have to understand something. Oh, Mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing?
Hi. How are you?
So the folks who are watching and listening, you to understand this here. When you talk about public policy, what I get tired of people who complain about stuff and then say, well, my vote doesn't matter, when the reality is it does. If you look at what's happening Israel and Gaza, there's a stark contrast between two candidates. There's a stark contrast between Donald Trump, who will literally turn Gaza into a parking lot, versus Vice President Kamala Harris, who wants to come up with, using the leverage of the United States, to come up with a peaceful solution to stop death.
A two-state solution.
Well, and what we have to understand is that, and again, and I used this example before, and I'm going to say this to anybody out there who, all of you, whether you're Palestinian American, whether you're Arab American, whether you're African American, whether you're white American, and you are outside protesting, you're pushing, and you want action. Ain't one black person not understanding that. Mm-hmm. That you can't talk to black folk about this because we understand about how do you put pressure. Mm-hmm. But in 1964, Atlantic City, Democratic National Convention, a group of black folks came from Mississippi, and they were hell-bent and they were focused on integrating the Mississippi Democratic delegation, led by Fannie Lou Hamer, Bob Moses, and others. They pushed, they pressed. But then there was a solution that was offered, one they were not happy with. Dr. King, Bayard Rustin accepted that compromise. And they cussed Bayard Rustin out. They were angry with Dr. King. Bob Moses left deflated Fan Lou Hamer was not happy. But Dr. King said, I cannot turn my back on a win today because I want to win the battle today and the war tomorrow. He told them the delegation, the entire convention, will be integrated in 1968. In Chicago in 1968, the Mississippi delegation was integrated, as was every single one. So why am I saying that? If you are somebody who is saying, I am not going to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris because of what's happening in Israel and Gaza, what is the alternative? If you say, I'm going to penalize her and the Democrats, I get it, and that's your right. But what will be the alternative by that decision?
Trump.
What you have to understand, it's a binary choice. And so the question is, how do you make that decision? And who can you meet with? So I hear this all the time because I hear some of these silly people, and I really don't give a damn. Like, I don't give a shit. When somebody says, oh, you've been a shield for the party, this is very basic. If I am trying to get something passed, the first thing is, who will grant me a meeting? Will they take my phone call? If Rebecca and Jolanda and Kwame and we were like, yo, we want to do this here, who will meet with us? Who will likely set the meeting up? Who will likely agree to the meeting? Who will likely listen to what we have to say? As opposed to somebody who won't even talk to you.
Yeah.
So part of the political process is, who do I have access to? I cannot get somebody to support what I want to do if they won't even take my phone call.
Won't give you a listen.
And that's what I need us to understand. So those of you, and Mark Morrell will agree with this, those of you who are considering the couch, I need you to understand the couch ain't going to feed you. The couch ain't going to supply lunch meals. The couch is not going to build roads. The couch ain't going to help you get a house, help you own a home. The couch will do none of that. And if you listen to people, and I heard some of you Negroes out there, you ain't getting enough for that vote. It is a fundamental lie. Anybody who says your vote cannot make a difference is an absolute lie. Mark?
Roland, you're just telling it like it is tonight, brother. It's a powerful night tonight. Hakeem Jeffries did a powerful job.
Mike.
When Oprah came out there, what a surprise. Stevie Wonder, John Legend. Come on.
Lee.
And then Coach Walsh, he brought it. He brought himself. He brought his authentic self. So it was a powerful night and a strong night. But you know what? We are going to work precinct by precinct, block by block, house
neighbor
by
by
house, neighbor by neighbor, person by person. So we understand that voting is not a me thing. It's not a transaction. It's a we thing. Power comes from we, not me. And our struggle inside of elected or outside of elected has always been a we and us and our. And what we got to do is we got to continue to convey that and remind people that is absolutely the case in this fall's election. So we're going to get momentum. It's a powerful feeling in here. This is our 12th Democratic National Convention, and this one's special.
It's special.
I'm looking forward.
And history tomorrow.
Tomorrow night. Yes, sir. We'll be there.
And I think somewhere, Fan Lou Hamer will be smiling tomorrow night.
Fannie Lou Hamer will be smiling. Shirley Chisholm will be smiling. And many, many, many others. Barbara Jordan.
Barbara Jordan, for sure.
Will be smiling.
Texas
and,
legend.
Perrin Mitchell will be smiling. And Adam Clayton Powell will be smiling. And you could go down the roll call of the many pioneers who could never have imagined this day, this kind of convention. So always good, man.
Yes,
keep telling it.
And that's why we're here.
Keep telling it like it is.
That's absolutely it.
Fact check.
And so I'm going to close it out this way. A lot of you, you've been watching our broadcast. And when I asked y'all to support us and give, I said, why we got to be here. And I'm going to keep saying it. Every day we've done this show, you have seen more black people talking about the issues than on every other network combined.
Right.
If y'all go count them, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, one, you ain't seen all those black speakers. There were some people tonight, we had some tech issues, we didn't have them. We're going to show you those tomorrow.
Westmore's coming through.
So the bottom line is, we got to understand, this is why the Black Star Network matters, speaking to our issues that matter. And so that's what's most important. And so this is why we do what we do. All these other media folk, they done gone home.
They're gone.
They gone home. But we want to be able to give you this wrap up because we wanted you to hear from our people about what took place tonight. And so behind us, you see back there is Governor Westmore. He might be coming this way. So we're going to try to make him the last word. He gave a great speech tonight. Again, I just want everybody out there to understand, you got to get in the game. You got to get in the game. I just want each one of y'all to call 5 people and ask them the question, are you registered? And if they're not registered, are you going to register? And they say yes, when are you going to register? If you out there right now, you say, I'm already registered, double check at iwillvote.com because Republicans have been removing folks from the rolls and playing games. And so check that. It's been happening. You got folks like that criminal attorney general in Texas, Ken Paxton, who wants to steal the election for Donald Trump again. And so I just want you to call 5 folk and ask them. Call 5 folk and all around you, because this election is about the margins. Biden-Harris won Georgia less than 12,000. Arizona less than 10,000. It was 45,000. 45,000 votes. 45,000 votes. That was really the difference. And so we got to understand it's a margins election. We got to understand that. Go ahead.
But Roland, even after you check your voter registration and you confirm to make sure you are registered to vote, you have to come up with a plan to vote. Are you going to vote early in person? Are you going to vote by mail if your state allows it? Are you going to wait for election day? If you're in Florida, if you're in North Carolina, if you're in South Carolina, we will still be in hurricane season. If you are in Louisiana,
right.
If you are in Texas.
Don't wait.
Let me tell you something. I always, once I learned about early vote, I always vote on the first day of early vote because stuff goes wrong.
Yeah, because you're going to bank that vote. You want to bank it.
Well, because if there's problems, you can fix it. You got time, right? And the one thing they do in Texas is the Republicans make it very difficult, even in Houston, that's urban, to vote. So machines don't work, paper runs out, and then guess what? Your vote is lost. Your vote is lost. So I always vote early.
Yeah, I think about Harold Ford when he was running for U.S. Senate. On election day, there was a tornado at 4 p.m. that hit Memphis. And so all of the votes that he needed to bank from those who were leaving school, leaving work to go vote for him, he wasn't able to bank those votes. So he ended up losing that election.
But you heard this, Jarvis Johnson, on election day, this past election, in that runoff, he lost by 62 votes.
Yep.
There was a storm, like a hurricane, a tornado in Houston. And for 3 hours, it was pitch black dark. I was at the polls. I was at Acres Homes. People did not come. It was quiet as a church mouse, right? How many people didn't come vote for them 3 hours? And it was flooded because we had just had a disaster. So I'm telling you, you cannot wait until the last minute. You cannot. You have got to be prepared. The early bird gets the worm.
Well, and again, and we already know what's going to happen. We know the games are going to be played when it comes to long lines and them come holding folks up. We know what they are going to do. But we have to understand, and I always think about this here, when Nelson Mandela was elected, there were people who were in line for 2 days. There was an elderly black woman who died in line waiting to vote. All I'm saying is they understood.
The assignment.
We ain't talking about 3-4 hours.
Because they couldn't vote. They couldn't vote.
It was 2 days.
You know Terry Hodges?
Yeah.
He was a state rep in Texas.
Dallas.
Yeah, and I sit next to her because we're delegates. I took pictures of her. I was so moved by her because she was crying.
I got it.
And I knew why she was crying, because of what she went through.
Big night.
Yep. We on. We live.
We need
We
the
live.
last word.
Big night.
We need it for the last word.
Big night is we gonna win in November. Huh? We gonna win in November.
Yeah, but we got to work.
Oh, yeah.
I want you to
Last word.
I want you
Good
to
to see you,
shout
brother.
too.
Great to see you.
Great job,
Hey,
today.
Governor,
Thank you, sir.
you did great.
Thank you. I mean, the energy is real.
Congressman Emmanuel Cleave was also a pastor. He said he's going to have to talk to Warnock about these bootleg preachers who are pastors, politicians.
Tell them I agree because I know who they are.
Just your perspective, again, tomorrow, watching history unfold.
That's right. Well, you know, it's powerful because she understands this is going to be a historic moment for her and a historic moment for the country. But the thing that the vice president understands is that's not the assignment. Making history is not the assignment.
Right.
Making history is not going to get what's going to get people to come out and vote.
Hillary made history.
Correct. When understanding the assignment means going out there and making the change that the people are calling for. That's what she's prepared to do. And so I think it's powerful that we're about to watch history being made. It's powerful that in November we will watch history being made, watching our first African-American female being elected president of the United States. But she very much understands that's not the assignment. The assignment is to go out there and make the impact and the difference that everyone believes and knows that she's going to be able to make.
I got to ask how you are going to feel watching with your own eyes tomorrow night come to light.
I think the night is going to be electric. I'm so excited. We're doing everything we can to get her elected. She has proven her case to the American people. She'll continue to do that. And, you know, the women are here for her. The men are here for her. What more does she need?
And all I'm saying, Kwame Jackson, don't be shocked if tomorrow, Kwame, you see an A-stroll.
I knew it was going to happen. He brought you over here
I'm just saying, you might
just to do that to me. Look.
You might see an AKA stroll tomorrow. You might see an Alpha. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you never know.
Kwame's a great brother, but not everyone makes all the right decisions. There is redemption, good brother. There is redemption.
It's all good, brother. So proud of you, man. So proud.
Governor,
proud of
what I keep telling
you were great at the collective.
Well, I'm gonna leave you this one. What I keep telling the Kappas, without Alpha, they just Kappa side. That's it.
That's why I love you,
Fred. I appreciate it.
And this is what the D9 is about. This is what the D9 is about. For those of y'all that don't know. You see, that's what D9 is about.
Y'all,
those of y'all that don't know.
We're going to close it out with that. Let me thank Yolanda, State Representative Yolanda Jones, Rebecca Carruthers. Let me thank my man Kwame Jackson. Appreciate it. All the other panelists and the guests we had today. Thank you so very much. Also, I told you all yesterday, again, support the work that we do. There is no other black-owned media outlet here doing what we're doing. And there's some other people here, but not doing what we're doing. 6 hours every single night, live streaming events in the daytime. In fact, we live streamed the Greenwood Initiative, the Tulsa Initiative. I'm sitting here in Miami on the plane, and then my producer emails ABC News. I want all y'all. ABC News hit us saying, "Can we carry y'all stream?" So for all y'all I'm trying to explain to y'all what happens when we are showing up places that they're not showing up. And they ask, hey, can we carry y'all stream? So please support the work that we do. Join our Breed the Funk fan club. Your resources are hugely important. And we'll be 6 years old on September 4th. Our fan base has contributed more than $2.5 million since we launched. And so we're going to need resources to hit the road. Advertisers are not supporting us the way they should. And so you can see your check and money order, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal or Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. Tomorrow, our coverage will begin at 5:30 p.m. Central, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. We have some events for live streaming in the daytime. And so we're going to have complete coverage tomorrow when Vice President Kamala Harris steps in front of this Artists United Center to accept the nomination for Democratic President of the United States. Kwame, you better make something real quick. quick.
We would be remiss if we don't thank Roland for sharing the mic, sharing this platform, bringing our issues to the forefront, and always being a leader, brother. So I want to say personally that I want to thank you for your time and the leadership you show in our community and your generosity of spirit to share this communication platform.
I appreciate it.
But I want to say that you lift us up when other people don't.
That's right.
And black people need to be lifted up. So I thank you for that. And I'm incredibly grateful that you come from Houston.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So y'all,
Third Ward.
That's it. I'm going to sleep.
That's it.
I was on a 5 a.m. flight to Miami. I had 2 hours sleep. So I ain't going to no damn party. So we will see y'all tomorrow right here on the Black Star Network, live from the United Center, the 2024 Democratic National Convention. And y'all know how I sign off all the time. How?